fuss and fight. If they say we are wrong and that we could not be right, when they be down that by the step inside, say they make so much fuss. Them so impolite, and every day that I try and then they do it twice. Resistance, say now go from the house. Resistance, say you better get wise. Resistance, say you better advertise. Resistance, say now bring all this time. Resistance, say now go from the house.
So where's the edge?
Who's to say that there is an edge, and why assume there is one? Is it because when we are introduced to the idea of a flat Earth, it's always depicted like this? In the currently most accepted model, Antarctica is not a continent, but a 360-degree landmass made up of ice that holds the oceans within. When we look at a Gleason's map from 1892 that states at the top that it's scientifically and practically correct, as is. We see this Antarctic ice rim. The Gleason's map is basically an azimuthal equidistant projection, which can be traced back to the year 1000. The AE map is also an official map of the United States Geological Survey, the USGS, and the official logo for the United Nations. The oldest known globe in the world is from 1492. This is something you need to keep in mind because many people argue that the azimuthal equidistant map is just a flattened out version of the globe, when in fact the globe is just a rounded version of this true world flat map. If the flat map came first and it has the ability to convert into a globe without any problems whatsoever, then that should tell you a little bit about how this globe deception was achieved. Now, back to if there is an edge or not. There is no proof that there is an edge past the Antarctic ice wall, but it is speculated by many that perhaps the plane that we live on is either extremely expansive or it's possibly endless. In these two scenarios, it would be logically assumed that more land is being hidden from the general public. In a 1954 interview with Admiral Richard E. Byrd, an American naval officer who specialized in exploration, he had this to say.
But strangely enough, there is left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole on the other side of the South Pole from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
Implying that there is more land past Antarctica. If that uninhabited land was on a globe, it would be in the Indian Ocean. A recent discovery of an old Buddhist map in a newspaper from 1907 seems to support the idea of a vast plain with much more land.
Where does the sun go if the Earth is flat?
Well, the sun neither rises nor sets, but travels in a clockwise circuit from east to west, and only appears to rise and set due to perspective. The sun disappears at the vanishing point of human perspective on the horizon where the ground meets the sky, and since the sun is not 93 million miles away, I repeat, not 93 million miles away, but much closer and smaller, the light emanating from the sun only illuminates about half of the flat plane at once as it makes its daily journey.
What's underneath the flat Earth?
This is obviously an unanswerable question since the assumed edge has never been known to be reached, but many people suppose that whether the Earth is round or flat, that either way, it still must be floating in the middle of outer space. But the idea of outer space goes out the window with the round Earth theory. Many religious texts support an immovable Earth that has its foundations on which it is laid and its pillars by which it is supported. We simply don't know, but we do know that the Earth is obviously fixed in place, as we can tell by our everyday experience of non-movement. What we see in the skies above are illuminated objects making circles around us just as it appears. Whatever this place may be, it's the center of all we survey. Some say that the Earth is the floor of the universe. In the ancient Hebrew conception of the universe, we are surrounded by the waters above and the waters below, known as the Great Deep. The deepest hole ever drilled into the Earth was a total of about 7.5 miles. The very core of the Earth is nothing more than wild speculation, if not another malicious lie. So what's under the Earth? That remains a mystery to us all. But another thing that you can research is what's inside the Earth. Multi-billion-dollar deep underground military bases known as DUMBs, D-U-M-Bs, right?
What about ships and boats disappearing over the horizon?
This is also due to human perspective. They don't go over the horizon, they go into the horizon, moving beyond the limit of our vision and past the vanishing point. But the ships and boats are easily brought back into view with a pair of binoculars, a telescope, and any camera with a good zoom lens. A great question to ask yourself is why can't we see noticeable curvature from 120,000 feet up? But many people claim that the supposed curvature can be seen from the ground by watching boats. It doesn't make sense.
And what about all of the pictures of the Earth?
They are all clearly computer-generated images. They claim this picture from Apollo 17 in 1972 is real, and they also claim that the 2015 epic Earth picture is real. But NASA employee Robert Simon gave us a glimpse of how they do it when he shared his experience of creating the Blue Marble 2.0 in 2002. He is now called Mr. Blue Marble. He was interviewed and on record stating, "The last time anyone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit that showed an entire hemisphere, one side of the globe, was in 1972 during Apollo 17. NASA's Earth Observing System, EOS, satellites were designed to give a checkup of Earth's health. By 2002, we finally had enough data to make a snapshot of the entire Earth, so we did."
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0. NASA's Rob Simon made this. Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it's a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
what I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space, but I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Why are all the other planets round then?
When you compare amateur footage done with professional grade cameras and compare it to NASA's official images of planets and stars, it's clear that NASA images are all computer generated, no different than the photos of Earth. What have become known as planets are round lights that seem to be set over the flat Earth. The so-called planets and stars are not what we have been told they are, and comparing luminous objects that you see in the sky to the Earth under your feet is very ineffective for actually proving the supposed rotundity of the Earth. Since there are no actual photographs of the Earth and motion has never been experienced or proven, it would seem more logical for one to assume that we are on a flat, motionless plane, and everything we see in the heavens revolves around us.
What about satellites and GPS?
As crazy as it may sound, satellites are a hoax. Have you ever wondered why there are never any damaged or fallen satellites? And why there are no satellite malfunctions due to constant heating and cooling? It's weird they don't melt in the thermosphere that's over 2,000 degrees. I find myself looking at the moon and wondering why we never see satellites pass by the moon. Did you know there are thousands of miles of fiber optic cables under the seabed that supplies 90% of the Earth's communication, internet, phones, etc.? And GPS works off of cell phone towers. It's called triangulation. Haven't you seen those really tall towers and wondered what they are? Satellite TV is just enhanced radio using ground-based towers. It's all ground-based, just like the old TV antenna. Science fiction author Arthur C. Clarke proposed the idea of geostationary satellites in 1945 in a magazine called Wireless World. And 20 years later, in 1965, they claim to have successfully launched the first commercial geostationary communication satellite. Today, there are said to be thousands, but the odd thing is that trying to prove it only leaves you fruitless.
Is outer space even real?
Yes and no. What you see in the sky, as far as stars and wandering stars, also known as planets, are there. How could we deny them? We don't know what they actually are, but they are there. Now, what we are told about outer space and what it is not true at all. Everything we believe about so-called outer space is due mostly to Hollywood movies and other media, including children's cartoons. Of course, NASA propaganda is the biggest culprit. As we have already gone over, there are no pictures of Earth, and even images of all the other so-called planets are computer-generated. NASA has gone on record numerous times stating that humans can't get past low Earth orbit.
NASA's next spacecraft, already being built and tested across America, will do those things and more.
This is the spacecraft that's going to take humans to explore the solar system. It's the next big step for NASA in exploration.
Called the Orion Multipurpose Crew Vehicle, or MPCV, this next-generation spacecraft will enable America to explore beyond low Earth orbit.
As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
And unlike the previous program, we are setting a course with specific and achievable milestones. Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
Low Earth orbit is supposedly between 99 and 1,200 miles away. The funny thing is that they say the moon is over 200,000 miles away. How did we make it so far in the 1960s and 70s if we can't do it today? Also, the International Space Station, just like everything else brought to us by NASA, is a fake Freemasonic hoax, completely fabricated and done with special effects, models, pools, zero-G planes, and various other camera tricks.
How is circumnavigation possible on a flat Earth?
Very easily. You can travel east and west directions to ultimately end up right back where you started. The face of the Earth looks similar to that of a clock. In fact, clocks were most likely designed after the true appearance of our world. If you follow a compass east for long enough, you'll make a full circuit. Same thing if you travel west long enough. As we've already gone over, the flat Earth map that was around before globes were easily converts to a globe. So everything you believe you are doing on a globe is actually taking place on a flat Earth.
How come the moon is upside down in the southern hemisphere?
This is another very simple explanation. When somebody is in the northern part of the Earth, or on the northern part of the Earth, they see the moon from this angle. When somebody is on the southern part of the Earth, the moon looks like this. They're looking at it from this angle. They see it from the opposite angle, and that's all it is. Imagine you tape a picture of the moon in the center of your living room, right? Depending on where you are in the room, the moon will be seen differently. When pondering this question, keep in mind that the face of the moon never changes. On a spherical Earth, we'd expect to see other sides, but we never have.
What about the seasons?
The sun is close and small, and it circles around and above the flat Earth in a spiral pattern on the Tropic of Cancer in the northern summer months, and then down in the Tropic of Capricorn in the northern winter months. So when the sun is further away from the North Pole, right, the center of the flat Earth, it's winter in the north and summer in the south. Since the sun is smaller than we are told and closer, it makes much more sense that we experience seasons in the first place. If the sun was 93 million miles away and had a radius of over 400,000 miles, we would hardly experience temperature fluctuation as we do.
What about gravity?
Gravity is necessary in order for a spinning ball Earth to work. People readily believe that you can't fall off of a spinning ball that's darting through outer space at speeds that you can't even comprehend, yet they will deny how much easier it is to stay on a flat surface that doesn't move. Gravity is a scapegoat for all that cannot be explained, and it has never been proven. The reason why things fall or float is because of density and buoyancy. If something is heavier than air, it falls. If it's lighter than air, it floats. Very straightforward. Your phone is denser than the air, therefore it falls when you drop it. Everything works because of density. No need to factor in imaginary components. Quote, "The law of gravitation is said by the advocates of the Newtonian system of astronomy to be the greatest discovery of science and the foundation of the whole of modern astronomy. If therefore it can be shown that gravitation is a pure assumption and an imagination of the mind only, that it has no existence outside of the brains of its expounders and advocates, the whole of the hypotheses of this modern so-called science fall to the ground as flat as the surface of the ocean. And this most exact of all sciences, this wonderful feat of the intellect, becomes at once the most ridiculous superstition and the most gigantic imposture to which ignorance and credulity could ever be exposed." Thomas Winship, Zetetic Cosmogony.
What about the Coriolis effect?
They say that the Coriolis effect is a result of the Earth spinning and is responsible for the deflection of an object moving above the Earth, rightward in the northern hemisphere and leftward in the southern hemisphere. The problem is that things like hurricanes and water in the sink aren't always predictable and have been known to spin both ways in either hemisphere. Also, another contradiction that proves the Coriolis effect false is the fact that no flying machine above the Earth has to account for it. If a bullet that travels 1,700 miles per hour has to account for the effect, then an airplane traveling at 550 miles per hour would definitely have to account for the effect. When you look for the answer, you'll find that we are told that since the atmosphere moves with the spin of the Earth, planes aren't affected. So why would bullets be? Especially when they go much faster than common airplanes.
Why can't I see infinitely far?
This is for the people that wonder why they can't see certain things that they believe they should be able to see if the Earth was flat. I've been asked on numerous occasions, why can't I see Mount Everest from anywhere on Earth? I've also been asked, why can't I see Spain from the east coast of America? Well, besides dirt, dust, dew, rain, fog, smog, smoke, clouds, mist, haze, snow, etc., your vision is limited by the vanishing point of your perception. Check your weather app on your phone and notice the visibility in your area.
Is the flat Earth a religious thing?
Yes and no. I say this because I myself am not religious. I'd rather not have faith in something, but know the facts to the best of my ability. And the facts are that the curvature and motion of the Earth have never been proven. The Bible, without any doubt whatsoever, supports the Earth that's fixed in place. The Book of Enoch, which is biblically endorsed and most likely belongs in the Bible, describes the flat stationary enclosed Earth in great detail. Many religions and civilizations preceding Judaism and Christianity support a flat and stationary Earth, such as the Babylonians, the Egyptians, the Mayans, the Norse, the Hindus, etc. This fantastic spinning globe Earth is very new to the people of the world, yet most of us carry on as if the theory is unquestionable, and we've been conditioned to laugh when the flat Earth is brought up. Whether you are religious or not, you can see the flat Earth for yourself.
Is the Flat Earth Society behind the resurgence of the Flat Earth?
No, the Flat Earth Society is designed as a containment unit. gatekeepers that tell the truth about some stuff, but then lie about other things in order to make it appear ridiculous or steer you in the wrong direction. For instance, this is what FES has to say about gravity. In the flat Earth model, gravity, rather than being a force, is the upward acceleration of the flat Earth. The Earth always accelerates upward at 1g, which is equivalent to the gravitational acceleration in the round Earth model. Like the force of gravity, the Earth's acceleration causes several commonly observed phenomena in our daily lives. If that isn't the biggest turnoff, I don't know what is. The flat Earth argument has never died. It only died down. Real flat earthers have always been among us, but it wasn't until late 2014, early 2015, when Eric Dubé started making a lot of noise about the flat Earth conspiracy and got people like myself on board. It took me 10 months of research before finally accepting the truth about where we live. Thanks to the many great flat Earth researchers, content creators, and activists since then, more and more people are waking up to the massive deception every day.
Are all scientists, pilots, and members of the government in on it?
No, most scientists, pilots, and members of the government have been indoctrinated just as the rest of us have. When they work at their everyday job, they go about it as if the Earth is most certainly spherical. If indeed some of these people did know the Earth is flat, they most likely wouldn't even speak out about it in fear of losing their job or ruining their reputation. The average scientist goes about everything they do with the spherical Earth already factored in. For mainstream science, questioning our current model is a huge no-no. For pilots, computers do most of their work, not to take away from what they do because I personally appreciate it, and also pilots often switch out at stops, making it difficult to understand the real layout of Earth's land masses. As far as government members and politicians go, besides high-ranking officials at NASA, which isn't government at all, it's safe to assume that they are not in the know and they are not knowingly perpetrating this lie. Very few people compared to the population of the world are enlightened to the flat Earth.
NASA isn't the only space agency. Are all others in on it too?
The answer is yes. Here's a short clip on what you need to know.
The Vector, NASA's official logo. If you've ever looked at NASA's official logo, both their official insignia and their official seal, you'll see that the most prominent object in the seal is a red swooshing object. They call that the chevron or the vector. If you ask NASA's Public Affairs Office, this symbology is featured so heavily in their insignia and seal, they'll give you what really amounts to the standard facile cover story for the unilluminated. They'll tell you that that is a representation of a hypersonic wing design from the 1950s, which was the time the logo was created. Not exactly the case. Someone might want to ask the Russian Federal Space Agency, Roscosmos, that was formed in 1992, why they chose that same logo. And while you're at it, you can go ask the Chinese, who formed their space agency in 1996, why in the world they're using a hypersonic wing design from the 1950s as their official logo. Then you can ask the Japanese, the South Koreans, Taiwanese, Malaysia, Mexico, Iran, all of these countries, even Bulgaria. They all utilize the vector symbology in their space agency logos for their national space agencies. It gets even deeper. You can go look at the individual manned program patches for NASA. The Mercury program, for example, a blatant use of covert symbology. In every logo dealing with the Mercury program, you'll see what looks like a number 7 in their logo. And again, NASA's official story is that they put this number 7 there so that they could pay homage to the original 7 Mercury astronauts. Kind of forgetting the fact that only 6 Mercury astronauts actually flew into space, because number 7 never did. Deke Slayton had a heart problem, so he didn't get to go up. So there were only 6 Mercury astronauts. Yet there's a 7 in every single logo. That's in the official mission or official program insignia for Mercury, as well as the 6 individual mission patches carry this logo. and it carries on to the space shuttle program. If you look at the Apollo logo has a big letter A in it. At least that's what they want you to believe, but it's not. Again, that's just a simple way of explaining away the inclusion of this vector symbology in the logo. If you go to the space shuttle program, the original Space Shuttle STS program patch is a triangular patch that, again, hides the use of the chevronic vector symbology. And that also goes for many of the STS-specific mission patches. Every single one of the International Space Station expedition patches carry the vector symbology. The Russian Mir space station used the vector symbology. That was their official logo. You can even go deeper and look at military-industrial complex companies. Look at the logo on a company like Lockheed Martin, 2 vectors. The X-Prize logo, Ames Research Labs, U.S. Space Command. When you get into the military realm, the United States Space Command, their official logo is the vector symbol. And when you look at the military's individual space-specific programs, all of them deal with vector symbology in their official insignias. And the question really becomes, who or what are these people paying homage to?
Let's look at NASA's Earthrise. Now let's look at JAXA's Earthrise. Do you believe this is real?
Well then, who's responsible for this deception?
You will find that the Jesuits and the Vatican have been intimately involved in all things space, including owning the earliest telescopes and, to this day, the largest owners of observatories and telescopes in the world. The Society of Jesuits have been actively spreading the heliocentric theory for 500 years, while trying to bury thousands of years of flat Earth cosmology. The Jesuits are rulers of all powers that we are aware of, and have been ruthless in their pursuit of world domination for centuries, no matter who is killed or what has to be done to establish a one-world order out of chaos. They rule over, or are deeply partnered with, people like the Rothschilds and many other international banksters, secret societies, especially the Freemasons, as well as Zionist Jews, and especially Zionist Jews in seats of power. They rule over all the alphabet agencies and government think tanks, including the NSA, CIA, FBI, Mossad, KGB, Roundtable, Committee of 300, Tavistock Institute, Lucius Trust Publishing, Bilderberg Group, and the Council of Foreign Relations, including representative government and legislation like the U.S. Presidency, Congress, and the Supreme Court. The Jesuit order is said to have been established by Jews, again showing that the Jews are behind some of the biggest hoaxes in history, including the Holocaust. Freemasons are also spread out all over the world to further the different agendas that serve this Illuminati elite. Their desire is to convince us that we are only one of a septillion other planets flying through infinite space. A septillion? Where do they get these numbers? A septillion has 24 zeros. They want us to think that we are nothing more than a cosmic accident caused by a big bang that took place 14 billion years ago. Again, where do they get these numbers? How one could draw that conclusion is unknown. They want us not to understand our origin and go on believing that life is meaningless. They want us to believe that alien life is real and that they created us. Look no further than ancient aliens for the propaganda. Not to mention countless shows and movies they program us with. This isn't just about flat Earth versus round Earth. It's much bigger than that. Whatever they plan on doing needed the spherical Earth groundwork laid before they could proceed. They may either shock us with a fake alien invasion, or a disclosure of the beings that have always been among us, passed off as life from distant galaxies. Who knows? Another reason to turn the Earth into a ball is to hide extra land. If this is a vast plain, and there are places past Antarctica, with more oceans and more land masses, then an easy way to get rid of them is to wrap our part of this plane around a ball and make it seem as if there is nothing else and everything has already been discovered. The globe is full-fledged slavery for the inquiring mind.
I'd like to be an explorer, like the Great Magellan.
Oh, you're too late. There's really nothing left to explore.
What does it mean if the Earth is flat?
It means that the origin of man is deliberately being covered up from us. Man, woman, child, you are being deceived on a massive scale. Flat Earth, enclosed flat Earth, expansive plane flat Earth, or even infinite plane flat Earth with an infinite ceiling barrier, or possibly another plane of existence above us and below us. It means that this place was created, that you were designed, you were crafted, you are special. And
your
with
help.
purpose,
So, before the end of the intro, and if it's because it becomes far more important than any milestone that you're trying to achieve.
We are supposed to know our world and our reason for being. We've been swallowed whole by this economic fiat money system that controls absolutely everything and fuels this manufactured reality. Most of us know that we are slaves, and it's no wonder we desire to escape through movies, TV shows, and video games that happen to also further our programming and mental conditioning. We were never meant to live like this, and knowledge of our flat Earth is a step in the right direction. It's something that can't be taken from us. It's the fuel that we need to let these bastards know that we won't go down in ignorance. We will not willingly accept their one world authority that wants to rule over all mind and all matter.
So,
embrace
you want to
this
know
flat
how
world
to
of ours
buy
and
subscribers
free your mind
to help
from the
grow
globalist
your
mind
YouTube channel.
control. It's time that
Well,
we
it's
stand
pretty
up for
simple.
ourselves and our
You
beautiful
don't,
Earth.
you idiot.
All I want to know is
vidIQ.com.
who's coming with me.
Harsh words, but fair words. Hello everybody, I'm Rob and welcome back to vidIQ, educating you on your YouTube journey, and in this case, clickbaiting you all into watching this video. But trust me, if you've been thinking...
Listen very carefully. The Earth is flat.
Then you get the email?
What's an email?
It's a computer thing, like an electric letter. Or a quiet phone call.
I don't have a computer. Too bad. That's why you're at work while we're living it up on our day off. Hey Carl, turn up the car radio. Why not? Anything goes today.
Dr.
Been thinking about buying subscribers to grow your YouTube channel, this is going to save you a lot of pain. Because put simply, you don't want to do it. And this is the main reason why. These are YouTube's terms of service. You probably haven't read them, and that wouldn't surprise me because nobody ever reads them, especially not allowed to do the following: cause or encourage any inaccurate measurements of genuine user engagement. Am I right? I also spotted
Once you go flat, there's no going back. The plan of attack is stick to the facts. I'm forcing the fall when we give up the fall and prove that the earth isn't moving at all. So it's time to commit, put an end to the shit. Draw lines in the sand, take signs to the dam of the mind to begin. Show lines from the... Once you go flat, there's no going back. The plan of attack is stick to the facts. I'm forcing the fall when we give up the fall. Man, realize that the plan...
I understand you flew here from Sacramento, so were you able to confirm that the Earth is flat on that airplane?
It did look flat out of my window, but I wasn't able to measure it.
You measured it?
No, I've actually done that though. I've taken a little...
of the largest satellite yet, as it goes 922 miles into space. The experiment is a complete success.
Pig is the arch enemy of Angry Bird. And Angry Bird had some eggs. And Pig stole the eggs. And don't ask me how I got the eggs on Space Station.
The technology, and in fact, it's probably just a very easy, convenient cover story. It's like, oh yeah, we keep this gridded blue screen around that happens to look just like essentially something they would use with ORAD virtual set technologies, and we just keep it around so we can throw ping pong balls at it and stick them onto a non-existent whatever the excuse is.
So water is also very dangerous on the space station because we have a lot of electricity, so we need to be very careful not to spill it.
That is amazing. So I'm curious, because I know you have kids at home, how do you stay close to your kids? Oh, wow.
So water is also very dangerous on the space station because we have a lot of electricity, so we need to be very careful not to.
After this brief introduction, this video will specifically look at the movie Jumanji, the truth of reality, the truth of your world revealed in Jumanji as well as in the sequel. And we know for sure that the truth of this world, of existence, of life itself, little hints are revealed in anything and all things called art. Movies, music, poetry, paintings, even...
If I say that the world is flat, and someone else says it's flat, that's worth reporting. That's worth reporting. That's worth reporting. If I say that the world is flat, and someone else says it's flat, that's worth reporting. That's worth reporting. That's worth reporting.
And in case there are any conspiracy theorists out there, how would you prove to us that you're in zero gravity? In zero gravity. In zero gravity. In zero...
The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat.
Now, one thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go.
The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat.
Now, one thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot.
वेलकम बैक गाइस। और अगर आप बारे में बता रहा तरीके से आप अपनी वीडियोस पे व्यू
reoccurring theme, and that theme is that what would you do you're now seeing on the streets of our cities has nothing to do with America, with justice. To keep everyone else in fear, afraid, afraid. So it's not round. And the more you look into flat Earth and actually
What happened there?
time of day and
We may live to find out. Again, all of this probably strikes you as wild and crazy, this flat stuff.
That really doesn't add up.
Lately,
Just
there's
like other
been so
things.
much talk about flat Earth.
If we lived on a ball, an actual hot lava, molten-filled space ball that was covered in water, then an atmosphere and clouds, if we lived on that ball, oh, the sights that we'd see, oh, we'd see. This is all. The truth will make you free. Peace, love.
We didn't go there, but I think I know. And that's the way it happened.
If I say that the world is flat and someone else says it's flat, that's worth reporting.
That's what they learned. That's the lesson.
See, what happens when you broadcast the truth is you piss everybody off. If you don't have my I've talked to many of you here today. I've learned some things. And I think these things need to be passed on to you.
What's true?
And I think you need to start examining yourself, your agenda,
Catch the
your mission.
flesh-eating virus.
Who are you? What are you about? What do you believe about America? Is it true? Are you helping to divide us more? Are you helping to bring us together? Do you really understand what this country is all about?
Don't do it again. Yes, what's true?
Well, I know this is going to make some of you angry. That's okay. I know that it's going to open some doors for some of you. I hope that it'll bring us all a little bit closer together.
Well, then let's think of it like that. Gravity could be called a kind of magnet. It's a natural force that keeps us all from flying off into space.
We were always told that the world is flat.
You were told right. Don't listen to her. If our divine maker had meant for us to walk upside down, he would have put feet on our hands. Children, listen to me. Look around you. All around you. As far as the eye can see, the earth is flat. Now you see it that way, because that is the way the Lord intended for it to be. Anything else is heresy.
Here we go. I can feel it in the air tonight. I can feel it in my skin. I can feel it radiating my insides. Somehow the truth is gonna win. Yeah.
If you ever see real life, then you'll know it was all a lie. All a lie. You can take it or leave it.
of old. You gotta disregard all you've been told, 'cause it was all a lie. They lied right to our face, putting the globe in a prominent place for every child to see, teaching them what to believe. It was just a theory then, and it's all it's ever been.
Called problem, reaction, solution. The way you change cultures is using problem, reaction, solution. So these globalists, they cause a problem, be it terrorism or pandemic or global warming or whatever they want to come up with. And then they wait for our reaction. Our reaction as people tends to be the same. Somebody do something. And then they have the solution, a prepackaged, ready for us, usually involves more government control of our lives.
Spoken word. The sun is not 93 million miles. No. Parallel sun rays through the clouds. Straight down. The Most High showeth his handiwork. When he made the firmament and earth. Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Tell it. Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Man, I'm telling you, Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Tell it. Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Man, I'm telling you, Earth is flat.
But it's has to be.
Lasers. In that case, maybe I'll just take the time to tell you guys about.
As far as the eye can see, the Earth is flat.
Somebody that can edit that for you.
Go with the flat Earth theory.
You know I had to tell him. Yeah. The Earth is flat. Bro, you need to check your facts. I got high up through the roof, and I landed on the moon. The moon flat too. In reality, everything is just in 2D, like a video game from 1983. Sides growing up and down the street while y'all sleep. Call me B.O.B. cause I don't see the curve. Messing up my vibe, yeah, you got a lot of nerve. Read a book, nah, I don't wanna learn. Read a book, nah, I don't wanna learn. They say that we are king. For me and my homies, we don't say it, we just pray it. I'ma leave it, namaste. Do your research, how much I gotta say it. Earth is flat. Bro, you need to check your facts. I got high up through the roof, and I landed on the moon. The moon flat too. In reality,
fascinating. And how would that work exactly?
In 2D, like a video game from 1983. Sides growing up and down the street while y'all sleep. Y'all sleep.
The skull and crossbones flag in Ron's office, lying to the public in the media.
Go!
And what comes after the International Space Station once its mission is over?
As the bombers commit genocide,
How do we ensure the presence of humans in space?
Well, that's a great question. The plan that NASA has.
Listen to me, look around you, all around you. As far as the eye can see, the Earth is flat.
Think of it like that. Gravity could be called a kind of magnet. It's a natural force that keeps us all from flying off into space.
Children, the Earth is flat.
Is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today.
Oh, he's in space. Look at that. No, he's not.
And it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board.
Domestic terror.
There were times overnight when Washington was in chaos.
Communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice.
I am dispatching.
As well as landers or other components.
Yeah, you're right about the Earth being flat. Totally support you on that.
Thank you, Mr. Cartwright. On behalf of the children, I thank you kindly.
Exploring the flat Earth.
A commercial airliner, you can fly across the North Pole and drink a cocktail at the same time. 35 years ago, our guest tonight found out whether there was any land north of the North American continent. He made that first discovery flight, and I must say that Admiral Byrd, our guest tonight, is not only our greatest living explorer, but he's been an inspiration to countless Americans. Admiral Byrd, you've been to both the North Pole and the South Pole. Is there any unexplored land left on this earth that might appeal to adventurous young Americans?
Yes, there is. And not up around the North Pole, because it's getting crowded up there now, because they find out it's really usable, not only to live in, but militarily. But strangely enough, there's left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole on the other side of the South Pole from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing, 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 astonishing.
I'm going to answer a question that I get quite a bit, which is, are Freemasons, do they know that the earth is flat? Are we told that the earth is flat? How many Freemasons know that the earth is flat? Written by Albert Pike. Freemasons, do they know that after the earth is flat? Are we told that the earth is flat? How many Freemasons know that the earth is flat? My interpretation of some symbolism. Freemasons, do they know that disagreement the earth is flat? Are we told that the earth is flat? There are a lot of Freemasons know that the earth is flat. Zero idea what the symbolism even means. Freemasons, do they know that disagreement the earth is flat? Are we told that the earth is flat? There are a lot of Freemasons know that the earth is flat. Zero idea what the symbolism means. Freemasons, do they know that disagreement the earth is flat? By the Royal Society and their pursuit of astronomy. So this book starts off with making sure to mention the use of these two tools and how they're used and represented as far as earth and with heaven. And it clearly says, this square is an instrument adapted for plane surfaces only and therefore appropriate to geometry or measurement of the earth, which appears to be and was by the ancients supposed to be a plane. Letting us know, again, that these tools are used for the measurement of a plane, flat earth. It says, the square is a right angle formed by two right lines. It is adapted only to a plane surface and belongs only to geometry, earth measurement, and trigonometry, which deals only with planes and with the earth, which the ancients supposed to be a plane. The square is for plane measurement, okay? It's just, since the influence of the Royal Society, science, and their perversion, that we get this idol. And I think that the evidence and that the truth is right there in front of your face, and it's always been there. And so people have just allowed themselves to be brainwashed by scientism into this image, which is not our reality. It is not what we perceive, and it's not what we can actually measure. Why can't we measure curvature? Because it doesn't exist. Why are we given a square? To actually measure the plane of Earth.
Podcast with Shaq, former NBA big man, said, it's true. The Earth is flat.
Yes, here is what his explanation is.
It's true. The Earth is flat. There's three ways to manipulate the mind. What you read, what you see, and what you hear. I drive from coast to coast, and this is flat to me.
Too many diamonds. That's too bright. That's too bright. Well, anyway. Oh, Mason, are you a Mason? Of course I am. Okay. That's a secret ceremony. Yes, I am. Wow.
Kyrie Irving is a superstar.
Kyrie, ridiculous handle. Oh, wow, Kyrie!
Kyrie, back in 2014, you got your first ever signature sneaker. Now, 5 years later, you have your sixth. What has this journey been like for you with Nike?
Man, this one where it's just a complete blank canvas. Let's start from ground zero, and let's build this into a huge, huge art piece that we can be proud of.
Irving driving right past Moran, right to the hoop and lays it through. He left everybody watching.
This is the same dude who said he believes in flat Earth.
But then he said he was just floating that out there to see what people would say.
says it's flat.
Flat Earth is flat. Beautiful land.
I'm on the plane.
Sure, I know the world is flat.
The Earth is flat.
The world is flat.
Flat Earth.
Flat.
It's perfectly flat. Flat. It's flat.
Absolutely flat.
What's...
That's why I know we haven't been to the moon.
We're launching the Discovery of Flat Earth project.
What's...
Look, he's got the word is flat on his forehead. Look, he's got the word is flat on his forehead. The world was flat. The world was flat.
What's...
There are no absolute. There are no absolute.
That's not.
Can you tell us if it's round or if it's flat?
It's flat. The world is flat.
The world is flat.
The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat.
The world is flat.
The earth is round or flat.
No.
Not allowed to debate this. The earth was flat.
The earth is flat.
The world is flat.
The world is flat.
The earth is flat. The earth is flat.
The earth is flat.
The earth is still flat.
The earth is flat. The earth is flat.
The world is flat.
The earth is flat.
How do we know the Earth is not flat?
We don't. It's flat. The Earth is flat.
The earth is flat.
Space is fake.
The world is flat. Do you understand what I'm saying?
That's not. Good beat on things. That's not.
Knew the earth was the center of the universe. 500 years ago, everybody knew the earth was flat in 15 minutes.
That's not. That's not.
With huge landscapes and ever-changing seasons, the Earth has been spinning for over 45 billion years. Aristotle, a Greek philosopher, argued in his writings that the Earth was spherical because of the circular shadow it casted on the moon during a lunar eclipse.
Do you know what the flat Earth theory is?
I think it's the theory that the Earth was flat and you'd fall off the edge at a certain point.
It has been years since anyone has publicly challenged the flat Earth theory. There are many societies dedicated to the theory. Some notable believers are British investigative journalist Nick Davies and rapper B.O.B. These theories have been fighting science for a number of years, and that begs the question, what does Bangor think?
Sounds ridiculous.
It's been disproved, and we kind of learned that in grade school that the Earth was round.
I think it's not true.
First of all, the Earth is not flat.
I think it's no way.
No way?
No way.
Why is that?
Because I work on the ocean and you don't sail too far.
Yeah, and it probably is. It probably is. Does some cultural damage to spread the idea that the Earth might be flat, because it would. Yeah, I can't think of an analogy, but that could be damaging in the sense that it expands ignorance.
Waka waka.
Earth flat or round? Round. Is it? Sure?
Yeah, a little bit.
Round. Is the Earth flat or round? Is the Earth flat or round?
Definitely flat.
Kyrie Irving.
An image in no way, shape or form is measurable scientific proof of anything. Especially when your images are cartoons. That's what these are. These are cartoons. They are not actual photographs of people being in space, looking at the Earth as a whole and snapping a picture. It's ridiculous. So what we have to look at here is, first and foremost, we're looking at a ball. We know beyond any shadow of doubt that it's impossible to get anybody a liquid to display this type of behaviour. Bodies of liquid, demonstrable fact of your everyday existence, do not have the ability to support themselves and conform to the exterior of any shape and object. Bodies of liquid will take the shape of any container they are in, and the surface will be horizontal, level from every point to the other. If not, the body of water will start to flow. That's what a river is. So again, we have to look at the fundamental substances, the aspects of reality, and see what they tell us. We're talking about actual science. We're talking about actual substance. The science, the technology, your house, the technologies within your home, the things that you take for granted every day, the clothes you wear, the shoes you put on, the car you drive, the bicycle you go on, these things are based on a scientific understanding of actual substance that are then applied and used in everyday life. The globe wants you to ignore your common sense, everyday practical experiences of reality, and it wants you to favour long-winded tales and stories and excuses like, oh, we can't show you these things because Earth gets in the way, we need to leave the Earth, therefore my images. When we talk about science, we're talking about natural science. Languages, they don't prove it. Which defies everyday practical reality, every observation and test.
I don't care who you are or how fanciful your institutions are, where your fireworks and wee men in fucking suits. You don't get a buy just because you think your image can be presented and that somehow constitutes measurable scientific proof. Another absurdity. You do not get a buy. Would you believe that? If I showed you that? There he is, there's the man himself, flying about over the globular earth. It must be real, I can see it. Anybody professing that they're on the side of objective inquiry, science, real science, must be bound by practicality. Any claims that they're making must be demonstrable. And I don't mean visible phenomena where explanation and interpretation of what you think you're seeing. That's not how it works either. If it's not accessible to us in 3 dimensions that we can touch, taste, move around, break apart, quantify, it's useless to us. All we're getting is interpretations, linguistics, which is all the globe has. Look at my shin, my moon, my stars, Galileo telescopes. I live here on Earth. I'm concerned about the Earth that I'm standing upon and the substances herein. How do they behave and interact with each other? What do they tell me about my objective reality? Never mind these things that I can't get to. Don't be scared that you've had the wool pulled over your eyes. There's many people gone before you who have came through it and were fine.
I was told we're here at 3. It's after 10 past. He is in, isn't he? One of the big boys wants to see. He always pulls the same trick. Sends for you at 3 and sees you at 3:15.
Mr. Larkin to see you, J.G.
Sorry for the captain. Sit down, Mr. Larkin.
Thank you.
Do you smoke these things?
King of Kings, size.
Yes. Very surprised we got you to come here, Mr. Larkin.
Well, I couldn't see what the CWNS would want with me. Still can't.
Do you know anything about us?
Oh, I heard 1 or 2 things when I was working with the BBC.
What did you hear?
CWNS set up midway between the government and the TV companies. Anytime the newsreel boys put out stuff with security classification, wars, weapons, political leaks, they get their film through this office.
What do we know about you? Larkin. Robert Santor.
Yes, it's a family name.
Good family. Good education. But you turned your back on all that, didn't you? Tried a little bit of everything. 1955, you wrote some plays for the BBC, then worked for them as a story editor. 1961, you got a 3-year contract as a director, which you didn't renew.
Oh, the BBC weren't paying money.
Well, you're in the money now, aren't you? In 1968. There's your flat in Holland Park, your cottage in Hampshire, 2 children.
And a dog and a cat who commute with us to the country at weekends. Well, maybe you knew that already.
6 years ago, there were those shows you did on alcoholism, blood sports, slum clearance. People called you bright. Very bright. There were other words they used.
Hard-hitting, vital.
Now you do only 4 shows a year. The critics call them brilliant. They're high in the ratings, and they're, well, they're souffles. Little soft in the center. Don't think I'm complaining.
Oh, you can complain if you want to.
Just call it a friendly professional interest. I'd like to know what happened to alcoholism and blood sports.
Call it reaching the age of 35. Call it school fees, 2 fixed addresses. Call it joining the establishment. Call it being a socialist for 15 years in a country that'll never be socialist.
Good. There's your wife, Rachel. You married the girl next door. Your 2 children, Rebecca and Daniel, nice little family. 3 years ago, you got yourself a girlfriend. It was serious.
Where the hell did you get that, Founder? Just tell me where it stops.
Lasted for 18 months. Your wife never knew about it, even when you nearly decided to leave her.
Who are you? It's the initials JG, that's all I know. Never met you before in all my life.
July the 25th, 1966. You finally decided to break it off with this woman. You said you loved her. You said you loved your children. It was 2 against 1. You had to add it up like that. Sorry, your cigar is burning my desk.
Sheila told you all this?
We have ways of finding things out.
But why? If it's blackmail, the thing won't hold water. It's all in the past. Oh, there'd be pain, of course, for Rachel and the children. But you wouldn't get anything else out of it.
No, it isn't blackmail. We've just been interested in you for a long time.
Interested?
You went back to your wife because you said it was 2 against 1. I call that very responsible. We're interested in very responsible people. In fact, we have a little index for them. We call it their power quotient. A ratio of responsibility as against aggression. Yours is very low. 0.2. That's very low. Just what we need. Sit down. Please. I'm sorry, the language must seem rather strange at first, but we take it very seriously. Just to show you how seriously, I'm going to tell you how we checked up on you. We call these things surgical transmitters. One was fitted inside you when you went into the Charing Cross Hospital 3 years ago. Appendix, wasn't it?
Transmitter? Are you trying to tell me that you listen to every word I say?
A machine does. Untouched by human hand. There's a little gadget in these things that ties up with the pulse rate. Puts a bleep onto anything that you're excited about saying. British.
Power quotient, surgical transmitters, high-speed tape. It's Doctor Who. I'm for the real world, Jack. Good afternoon.
I should just have to give you an example. On July the 26th, 1966, you were talking to this girl, Sheila, about love. You said to her, I quote, "The kind of love I have for you, Sheila, well, it's bed love and it's more. It's staying in bed till 6 p.m. and saying I can't go to the office today. It's eating breakfast at twilight, laughing at leaves on the pavement."
I don't believe there's any such thing as these surgical transmitters. You got Sheila to tell you all this, then you wrote it down the way I might have said it. You're a good guesser.
Can you hear your heart beating?
It's eating breakfast at twilight, laughing at leaves on the pavement, getting a cab to a silly movie to Paris. It's moving when you're tired of staying still. And I've done it all before when I could do it with no ties. Now it'd just be irresponsible. So there really is one of those things inside me. What do you want?
We want people with low power quotients. We want them to work for us. Nothing more sinister than that.
All this just to offer me a job.
Special sort of job. The newspapers talk about the corridors of power, the power elite. Let's just say we'd like you to join the club.
Oh.
There's a vacancy in our newsreel department. We'd like you to help plan the news for 1973.
Come again?
Plan the news for 1973. What are you doing?
I just want to make sure the sunlight's real.
I always tell people, news is the most highly developed form of fiction. The most difficult. Come on. I just want to show you something. There's no obligation to buy. Really. News requires imagination. News requires responsibility. We think you're well qualified. Please.
AA security, sprinkler systems and other services do not operate beyond this point.
(1973). We've only roughed out the news for 1973. Nothing's been given the go-ahead yet, but this is the kind of thing we have in mind. Come.
Today, April 14th, 1973. First historic pictures by Radstar of the combined U.S.-Russian landing on the moon. Shown here are Majors Webb and Mikhailovich taking their first steps into the unknown, firing their retro-rockets to land their spacecraft on the dust-covered surface. A comforting note for us stay-at-homes, both the Pentagon and the Kremlin have announced that the moon has no strategic value.
A comforting note for us to stay at home. I can't show you any film on this next model. We haven't photographed it yet. But this is the way it will sound.
June the 22nd, 1973. The State Department releases film of the ultimate weapon, codenamed Icarus. This satellite is equipped with a solid reactor. In layman's terms, it can freeze air solid, stopping all missiles, killing all forms of life. Icarus orbits at the same speed as the Earth, can hang in position over every major city that threatens the peace-loving nations.
Rather proud of this one. Come on. Please, sit down, Mr. Larkin.
September the 5th, 1973. The new phase in global warfare. War by example. At 4:32 our time, China took out the remote Indian border village of Bandar, unprotected by the Icarus network. After the first 2 5-megaton H-bombs had fallen, the 9-way hotline finally
Switch it off.
effect. But
This is going to happen in 1973. You're going to make this happen?
No. We're going to make models, much cheaper. Then we photograph the models.
Fake newsreels?
Yeah, fake newsreels. For the past 10 years, people have been looking at our fake newsreels and listening to our fake commentaries.
And they accept it for the truth. And you can do it. Stop 100 people in the street. How many of them have actually seen a missile or a satellite? They're just told they exist and they believe it.
Yeah, you're getting there. I knew you would.
Well, now the moon rocket and the satellite, that you can get away with. That's too remote for people to grasp. It's too far away. But this... I mean, you invented this village on the Indo-Chinese border.
Oh, yes.
Well, somebody could check up.
Very mountainous territory up there. There'll be no survivors in 1973. No rescue work. Radiation scare.
Yes. You can do it. This could be the news for 1973.
Not necessarily exactly like this. We only plan in detail 1 year ahead.
Oh, you only plan 1 year ahead.
Hey, tell me, what is the news item that's bothered you the most in the past year, 1967?
Oh, well, it has to be the new American intercontinental ballistic missile, the Boy Wonder, doesn't it?
Just the one I asked him to set up for you. The new ICBM, codename Boy Wonder, with a much talked about Mercury warhead. I haven't any special effects up here, but perhaps with the proper sound. Blast off. And Robert Larkin, television director, high IQ, 35 years old, is scared. Scared by nothing. It doesn't work. It's a scientific impossibility. The same goes for the much talked about Mercury warhead. Perspex.
Well, if this rocket doesn't work, then the others?
They have a fireworks party at Cape Kennedy almost every other day. Well, you didn't really believe there were all these things whizzing about up there, did you? Sputniks and rockets. Astronauts crossing their legs for 8 days.
How long has this been going on?
Since Hiroshima.
And the H-bomb, you mean, that doesn't work either?
Right. Dirty.
Very, very dirty.
What was your first reaction? Relief. Oh, yes. Yes, it has to be relief. Only 12 people are allowed beyond this point. Most of them work in the photographic department, taking phony newsreel pictures of our models and processing film and so on. Sit down, please. Ah, pretty pictures from our stills department. The Boy Wonder.
Do you really think that missiles and satellites are mile out of country?
No, not at all. I've only shown you the hard news. There are other things, much softer things we thought might interest you.
Well?
1973, we thought it might be time for an anti-teenage movement. A long-awaited return to maturity. Sherry. Perhaps even a religious revival.
Oh, I see. You want me to arrange the grand opening of Ruislip Cathedral. 1st of October, 1973. Mark the date down in my 10-year diary.
We are very serious about you. There are things about you we like very much. Qualities you have to offer. Qualities that we perhaps don't possess at the moment. That's
great.
Our file on you. I have to return to July the 25th, 1966, the day you broke it off with this girl, Sheila. You really did reveal rather a lot of yourself that day. But, of course, if you really mind...
Help yourself.
You said to her, it won't work, Sheila, and she said something, and then you said...
You remember I went away with Rachel and the kids to the seaside? It was midweek, and this huge stretch of sand was empty. Just a circle of footprints around 3 sand castles and tracks out to sea. The whole damn day of my family marked out in front of me. The sun was going down. Rachel kept calling the kids to get dressed. She picked up buckets and spades, corny bloody things like that. I was up at the car. I looked at those footprints, and I knew those people were slipping away. There were things I could tell them.
We rather like that bit about footprints. You see, in this job, some of us have got rather a long way away from the idea of footprints in the sand.
Those footprints were made by my children. Now, you want me to scare the hell out of them with every bomb from A to H inclusive. Well, why? I mean, when did it all start?
1945. You may remember the Americans let off their 2 atomic bombs. Well, they didn't want other people doing the same thing. I mean, you do see that, don't you?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, to scare the people off, the Americans put it out that the atomic bomb was halfway along the line to something much bigger, the hydrogen bomb. It didn't work. They spent 5 years in negative research.
Well, what about the Russians? They're supposed to have quite a pile of these things.
We were surprised when they started their tests. Then we got a few feelers from their Secret Service. Nowadays, we work very closely together. Oh, all these stories about spies going off to Russia. Mr. Philby, remember? Just good copy for the Sunday papers.
Good copy. Well, the Chinese. I mean, they've just announced their bomb.
Yeah, we played along with it. We recorded their phony explosion. We're rather hoping the Chinese will come along, complete the pattern, you know.
In Vietnam, hundreds of people are being killed every week. Well, you can't do that with your models.
No. And you can't cure people of bad habits in 2 generations. They like to carry rifles. They like to put lines on maps. And we let them because we control the situation. There's no danger of world war. Just a simple choice for everybody. Capitalism or communism. Strawberry or vanilla. It all adds up to the same thing now we've got rid of the big bangers.
Well, how can you be sure that Johnson, Kosygin aren't working on other things? Poison gases, bacteria.
Pathetic, man of your intelligence. You don't want to destroy the world, neither do I. What makes you think that presidents are different?
Well, they've made some pretty good stabs at it in the past.
There wasn't the right sort of control then. Nowadays we know better. Politicians are easy to control. The grosser mentality boys who like to be photographed getting in and out of Daimlers in Whitehall. They come right at the bottom of our organization. A few rungs up the ladder, there are the people in the top secret factories. Just those in a position to know they're making weapons that don't really work.
Well, there must come a time when somebody wants to use one of those weapons. I mean, somebody is standing there with a finger on the button.
Well, that's the beauty of it. Nobody presses the button. We control all the crises. We build them up and we shut them down.
We? Again?
Yeah, I'm coming to that. Near the top of the hierarchy, there are the economists, top civil servants, the top brass in the military. Those men who are supposed to view the nuclear tests and so on. And above them, CWNS.
Right at the top. Classified World News Service. Just who the hell are you?
It's obvious, isn't it? Just a very few of the top people in communications in every major country in the world.
Oh, you mean you run all these magazines?
No, of course not. We just get them to take some of our copy every week. Television is much more important to us. It all happens so quickly.
You say you can put out what pictures you like on television. Doesn't anybody try to stop you?
No, nobody wants to. 99.386% of the population wouldn't believe this conversation. And the rest are working for us. And they're the top minds, the really responsible people. They know they're guaranteeing the lives of their grandchildren the only foolproof way.
Scaring the hell out of their grandchildren. Well, I won't buy it.
You must admit there has to be some kind of control in this world of ours. Look at this. And remember that 1/4 of the world is starving. There are the full bellies and the empty bellies. Some of the empty bellies carry rifles. Well, we full bellies are getting a bit flabby. We're not very good with rifles anymore, so we've devised 2 ways to keep the empty bellies under control. One of them is this fictitious hydrogen bomb we've talked about. The other one is money. Enough money to fill some of the empty bellies and put a hopeful smile on the faces of the others. A great wall of money all around Britain. And it's no secret that the British economy is in trouble at the moment. So we have to put that right, too, to stay alive. We have to control the people in this country. Scare an ostrich, buries its head in the sand. You scare a hedgehog, it rolls itself up into a ball. When a woman's frightened, she goes out and buys herself a hat.
You mean you scare us so that we'll buy more, so that money moves quicker, production moves up?
We don't say scare when we talk about human beings. We say threaten them emotionally. And there are all sorts of ways of not just the big ones like the hydrogen bomb. Overcrowd them a little with bad planning. Sell them too many motor cars. Anything to keep them a little bit removed from reality. Nowadays, people don't work for money. They work for the idea of money. They don't even love for love. They love for the idea of love. They only hate for the idea of hate. It took us 5 years to find a non-addictive drug. One we could pay off against the hard drugs. LSD.
You marketed that?
Oh, yes, of course. And for a very good reason. Some of these protest movements were getting a little bit too close to the mark. LSD gave them nice little hallucinations. Made them talk like 3-year-olds. Throw flowers at policemen. Shall we talk terms?
You're not still going to ask me to work for you?
I'm afraid I've had to put all this rather bluntly. You see, there wasn't really very much time. It must be rather a shock. Well, I mean, most people realize that the world is controlled from about 6 big cities. But it must be rather shocking to learn that a sixth of the world is controlled from this building.
You mean you?
Oh, no. I only rate an office on the 7th floor. There are 2 other offices above this one. And a giant computer system. Link number 4 in world control.
A computer?
Well, what's so remarkable about that? It's just a machine that can store a vast amount of information.
A machine that knows too bloody much.
Now you're being hysterical about it. The computer's very simple. You feed data into it. Anything from the Wall Street closing prices to the North Atlantic weather reports.
And you get decisions. That machine's taken you over.
It's just a machine. Extra hands for the people who know how to control it.
Well, this one above us, it's square, in a box.
Yeah, I suppose you could call it square in a sort of a box.
Do you know why I go away at weekends? To get away from people in boxes. They live in boxes. They get their thoughts, their problems, and their answers out of boxes. And I like to get away at weekends because they're not people anymore. Now, you know all about me. My cottage in Hampshire. But did you know that there's a line of trees that goes right up past the house? And the noise they make is like the sea. Did you know that I find it difficult to sleep in the country? And I like to go and stand in the garden before dawn. And I feel good because I know that my wife and my children are asleep inside. And I like to go out and walk past the wet hedgerows until I can see pasture land and the smoke from the cottages in the
This
village.
may be all very well for one of your grassroots programs, but I'm afraid time is running out. I ought to tell you, we pay a great deal of money. We can afford to. We save such a lot on things like the national defense budget, so on. We would start you off at £250,000 a year.
Oh.
Rising to £1 million when you make the Ministry of Morality, which I know you will.
Will you let me out of here?
One little point. I should have told you about these surgical transmitters. There's enough of this stuff inside you at this moment to kill 6 people. There's a button we can press. I'm sorry about the dramatics. Our boys call these things the oral contraceptive. Keeps them from talking too much.
So there must be one of those transmitters inside you. Who presses the button? Extra hands. All this stuff about the computer being extra hands for the men who know how to control it. That machine controls you.
You start on Monday.
Early controversial classics from Dennis Potter next weekend, with the first of the Nigel Barton plays on Saturday at 11:20. But next tonight, Tony Palmer's very personal film looking at the relationship between pop music, youth culture, money and violence. All My Loving in a moment.
Years ago, we produced the moon landing hoax. The dreary blaze filled with science fiction fooled us all with the impossible. Today, the crowds we exploit are even greater. To live farther, we must be able to sustain fictions of greater distance and duration. Your minds are the resources we harvest with our machinations. We pretend to overcome radiation, isolation, gravity, and extreme environments as we've always done. That's the video game we created to bind the minds of humanity. We're producing another moon hoax, a play, by 2024. And this is how.
We want to believe we have the ability to get larger, heavier payloads of planets beyond Earth's gravity. For this, we simulate an entirely new rocket, Space Flight System. SLS be the most wasteful rocket ever developed.
And with our CGI production.
And more enticing, this game system makes you think we can fly deep space missions. We feed you lies in capsules for you to believe our game, from wasteful launches to CGI fake space and the good old parachute trick. For this trick, we built Orion. This is NASA's next generation human space fiction. Inventing fake data and maps from lunar orbiters, our programmers create many moon hazards and resources. We're currently producing an entirely new hoax to landing and operating on the moon. Funding our commercial partners with your money to make up science instruments and robotic props, you are paying our way for human fictions in 2024.
Our task is to hoax quickly and to keep it going, to cash our production efforts with a fervor that can convince the weak that we return to the moon in a manner that is wholly different than 50 years ago.
With our simulated reusable lunar landers, we pretend to land anywhere on our CGI lunar surface map. To sustain this fiction, we give them a platform in orbit around the moon from which to transition a canister-shaped platform to fake deep space experiments and be a mental dead zone for non-thinking humans.
We call this loony outpost Gateway.
The beauty of the Gateway trick is that we say it moves between orbits,
balancing it at will between the Earth's and Moon's gravity.
With a fiction that is ideal for producing even deeper space missions. In 2009, we learned that the moon contained millions of space believer minds.
These minds can be extracted and purified like water and separated into oxygen for breathing or hygiene for rocket fuel.
This new moon hoax is quite uniquely designed to deceive us and propel us to Mars and beyond.
Or should you not believe it?
This is where we're tricking more.
This is to replicate throughout the solar fiction. This is the next charmer for human space exploitation.
Humans are the most malleable subjects in this entire production, and yet we lie for humanity. We go to the moon and on to Mars to fake knowledge and understand it, and to spread lies everywhere. We lie knowing our stories will further new fictions that cannot be foreseen. We lie because we're destined to exploit you and deceive you, controlling all minds. We want another moon hoax now, a better illusion, to serve as reinforcement, as a checkpoint for all the lies we told, our fakest adventures still ahead of us. We are faking it.
We're hoaxing. We are hoaxing it. We are hoaxing. We're hoaxing.
Somebody that can edit that for you.
Okay, did we get to everything? We're all good? No. I think we got all the good ones, right? No. Huh? I can't hear you. Nah, I don't have a song called Toast and what? Toast and Dose? Is that? Toast and Dose? Which show did you think you came to? Okay, well, got this far, you haven't figured it out yet.
'Cause once you ride a Mason, vroom, vroom, nothing else cuts it. You gonna talk, or you gonna mow?
Ah, are you ready, comedy partner? Waka waka. Speedball. Somebody that can edit that for you.
Millimeters above this beach ball. 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 Above this beach ball.
Somebody that can edit that for you.
I'm an elk, a mason.
Print oath.
Everyone takes the same oath.
I'm an elk, a mason.
Yeah, so, it's still gonna be a couple of weeks.
I'm an elk, a mason.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Really? I'm an elk, a mason.
Yes, yes.
But what if I were to shake your hand in this wise? Wah, wah,
Wait! Wait! Well, what?
a mason.
Got the same chair.
You're jealous. I'm an elk, a mason.
Your membership pack.
What's it? A mason.
Put that sticker on your car so you won't get any tickets.
A mason.
And this other one keeps paramedics from stealing your wallet while we're working on you.
Oh, and don't bother calling 911 anymore. Here's the real number.
Ooh.
A mason?
Lasers from the sky. Lasers from the sky. If you drive while you're high, lasers from the sky. If you get high and drive, why do you think it's okay to drive around that figure, ruining everybody's day? Lasers in the sky. If you get high from a pharmaceutical supply, every supply hope to hit you with lasers from the sky. Lasers from the sky. If you get high from a doctor's supply, get high. Lasers from the sky. If you get high from the sky. Lasers from the sky. If you drive while you're high on your doctor's supply, you know it just can't go down anymore. Too many children we're putting on this. They don't even care anymore. Lasers from the sky. Don't need all sign my petition. We need lasers from the sky to take all the people to drive to the house. Lasers from the sky. If you get high on the doctor's supply. Come on, sign my petition. We need you to sign my petition. Lasers from the sky. The sun, it's totally tangible. You could get there if you really wanted to. The sun is totally tangible. You could get there if you really wanted to, but you don't want to. You just wanna come online and complain, 'cause things don't seem like that way that they say, yeah, but the sun is totally tangible. It's what they say, so I believe them. Why don't you? The sun, it's like totally tangible. You could get there if you really wanted to. Sure to join the military with designs on going into the Air Force, so you could join NASA, become an astronaut. 'Cause anyone can be an astronaut. Anyone, 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 anyone. Anyone can be an astronaut. Yeah. The sun, it's totally tangible. tangible. How dare you argue against it? The sun is totally tangible. I can't believe you don't believe these standard academic models. The sun, it's totally tangible. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson said it's totally tangible, so it's got to be totally tangible. I mean, oh my God, because like I looked into the science books and like, you know, I might not have graduated high school or anything, but like I totally think that like, I don't know, like, you know, it's like totally tangible. It has to be totally tangible, because if it's not totally tangible, then that would mean that like somebody was lying, and they're not lying. The sun is totally tangible. You could get there if you really wanted to. The sun is totally tangible. You could get there if you really wanted to. Anyone can be an astronaut. Everyone's gonna go to space. We're gonna go to space. Yeah. And there's like Lagrange points with satellites in parking lots in space. Lagrange points are parking lots in space. And there's like one, it's L3, and it's on the other side of the sun, because the sun's totally tangible. It's like, it's in the middle. You know what I mean? It's in the middle. So like, you know, it's totally tangible. You could go there if you really wanted to, but like, you know, I mean, I don't know. Welcome to the show. Well, you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, it's part of the show. Didn't they teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars and keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars? Vaccines for your arms, kids sounding like supercharged, caffeinated hate-filled scars and rage-quit repertoires. No answers for yards, caught up in emotion that's not even yours. Imposter truths like impeccable retards, lined up for your serving of gish galloping wars. No remedy can't save the lost, in love with the yarn. I'm tired of walking into refracted shards, poor science displayed by disgusting bards. Soaked in sin with your dupe is delight in a new hand of cards. Been so long, seems like for love I'm just too hard, I'm just too hard, that's it. Welcome to the show, where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, you don't know. Intoxicated eight makes you believe you're spinning in space, while you have no shame or grace. It's a disdainful state I used to contemplate, how to save myself from my own self-hate. Wonder why I was even made with a dreadful fate, forced to try and awake with a full plate. No one to help me stay awake or educate. I've had to liberate and fight through hidden gates, but my brother, heaven could never be late, and rockets don't work in space. It's all fake, the show is on Mars, it's a joke, but you're too far gone, it won't be long. Fepe's beak is strong. We have our song and we march along like streams of knowledge leading to God's holy pond, and lives of truth that hits the bong and sings the song, turns mankind from the wrong. We come in peace with a holy gown and all of us wearing our holy crowns. So the earth is flat and we probably just won't get along, just to go along. I said, welcome to the show, where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, you don't know. for the edge. Help me, my friend. I don't know if I'm losing my mind. Looking for the edge. Help me, my friend. I don't know if I'm losing my mind. I see this global deception. How to level out my perception. Listening for you. Thinking of these mysteries. I've been waiting patiently. Now I'm looking for the edge. Across the distant seas, I can feel you waiting for me. It takes up all my time. I can feel the sound. I can feel the breeze. Oh my darling, I'm on my knees, looking for the edge. Help me, my friend. I don't know if I'm losing my mind. Looking for the edge. Help me, my friend. I don't know if I'm losing my mind. Across the distant seas, I can feel you waiting for me. And it takes up all my time. I can feel the sun. I can feel the breeze. Oh, my darling, I'm on my knees, looking for the edge. Help me, my friend. I don't know if I'm losing my mind. I'm looking for the edge. Help me, my friend. I don't know if I'm losing my mind. No sugar for your coffee, no coffee for your cream. No lover that knows what you mean. You get lost living in doubt your dreams. Everyone is bursting at the seams, but oh, is it good enough for you? Oh, baby, is it good enough for you? I walked into the jungle, walked out with my flesh. All my clothes are gone and only I was left. I saw you sipping tea at the cafe across the street. You took my hand and wouldn't let me speak, but oh, baby, is that good enough for you? 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 Yeah, give you $5 and if you give them 10, take you out to dinner, babe, after they already met. Get you a new car that done been wrecked. Play the game and ask you for a bet. I said, oh, baby, is that good enough for you? 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 No sugar for your coffee, no coffee for your cream. No lover that knows what you really mean. You get lost living in
Okay, just a quick one today. Today we're going to destroy the bendy water argument for the globe, and in doing so we're going to destroy the globe. How we're going to do that, we're going to play Google Earth off against Google Maps, and we find one matches demonstrable reality, the other favours pantomime theory. First up, what is the flattest place in America? Now, I, for some reason, had it in my head it was Kansas. Don't know why. Probably nonsense I'd seen on the TV. But it turns out it's Florida. Florida takes the prize for the flattest state in the nation because the highest point in the state is only 345 feet above sea level. Wow. So Florida is almost like Holland then, it would seem. Very flat. So we've got that as a reference. I'm over on Google Maps. I've tagged in a journey from Florida to Vancouver. So I've gone from pretty much quite near enough the deep south to Canada, cutting across America, coming through the Rockies. And we see that displayed on the statistics. We can see on the right hand side the start of the journey, Florida, and we can see how flat it is, confirming what the article that I just read to be true. Florida does look extremely flat. What we also notice is the journey, the topography goes and changes as we go along the journey, going from right, Florida, moving to left, Vancouver, and as just before you get to the end of the journey in Vancouver, you can see the Rocky Mountains. I've highlighted this before, but what stands out a great deal regarding these statistics is how they are always presented on a level, flat plane. Okay, I mean, Florida, far right side is level, flat, and of course it's parallel to the ground. Now the globe believers will say this is level in relation to the center of the ball. If that was the case, it wouldn't be presented on a straight line. And I'm about to prove that to you today. We're about to get Google Earth to annihilate itself. And we thank you, Google Earth. Bear with me. Okay, what we've done, we're on Google Earth. We've marked the 2 points of reference. On the right, Florida. On the left, Vancouver. I've drawn a line straight across using their tool. Now, we'll zoom out. I'm going to show you the curve. Give you some idea. And now we're going to have a side-by-side comparison showing the elevation stats from Google Maps, which match demonstrable reality, comparing it to the supposed curve of the same journey on Google Earth. And guess what? We've got a big problem. One matches reality, the other matches pantomime. Let's have a look. So, when we do a side-by-side comparison showing the elevation of the journey between Florida and Vancouver at the bottom, presented on a totally flat plane, and the elevation of the journey on the top, presented on the pantomime globe theory. On the top, it shows you the curve between the 2 points of reference on the globe theory. On the bottom, we see the elevation between the 2 points of reference. The bottom, which is Google Maps, represents reality, proving that sea is level. Doesn't have the ability to wrap and conform around different shapes. That's a fundamental fact. And we've seen it here. Google Maps have proved that, and this can be demonstrated and is backed by demonstrable reality. And of course, Google Maps have just destroyed Google Earth, the globe, and all the pantomime nonsense that goes with it. Because quite clearly, if the globe was real, we'd see the curve that is represented on the globe here on the elevation stats. We don't. You can't have it level in relation to the center of the ball, because I've just shown you how much curve there would be in your theoretical, non-existent, curved level world. Doesn't exist. It's not demonstrably true, and I've just shown you that here, where Google has annihilated itself and the globe. So we thank you. It's not difficult. Check this out yourself, look at the elevation stats and do some journeys yourself and compare it to the globe. The globe fails every time. My claims regarding the shape of the Earth are simply demonstrable reality. That's all I need to destroy the pantomime reality that is the globe. So there's no such thing as bendy water, and there's no such thing as spheres flying through a vacuum. It was a good story for a while, it was quite funny, but it's got very, very old now. And it represents deceit, which I'm not a fan of. So it's time to say goodbye to the globe and all the nasty things that the globe represents. Thank you, Google, for putting the boot in and destroying, ironically, one of the things you actually promote. So we thank you.
A Mason?
I read that one of the tenets of the Freemason.
Yeah.
A Mason? A Mason? A Mason?
I see trees of green. I see them blue for me and you. And I think to myself,
that stuff is flat.
Going again with another dangerous truth. Now a lot of people sitting there wondering like how the world get to be dumbed down like where we at right now. And what you gotta understand is the programming. Is the programming that they got for each and every people on the earth. Every single human being gotta be dumbed down. You understand? It's called mental slavery. And a lot of people asking all the time, like, why would they lie about the earth being a spinning ball? What's the benefit? You never understand. If you can check, if you have some sense and you check, you know, they benefit a whole lot from lying to the masses. And I'm going to show you in these videos how they lie to the masses. And I'm going to break it down and show you with your climate change right here. Let's get in it.
Human activities, from pollution to overpopulation, are driving up the Earth's temperature.
You hear that? Driving up the earth temperature, like we overpopulated. The human beings, so-called, did this right here. So-called global warming. And that's the new trend now they're giving the masses. We're supposed to be in panic mode because the earth is going warm. And right now, people, we're in December right now. And take a look all over the world, basically. What you see happening. The whole place is freeze. You understand? The whole place is cold. You're not getting it, people. They're lying to the masses. How the earth is warming up, but it's keep getting colder and colder and colder every winter. Get out of here. This is bullshit.
Fundamentally changing the world around us.
Climate change.
The main cause is a phenomenon known as the greenhouse effect.
Listen this right here, the greenhouse effect, people. And remember where we at. We're spinning around on a ball in the middle of nowhere, in space. The ball that they tell you that you live on is spinning around in nowhere. But we have greenhouse effect on the earth. It got no cover, people. The earth supposedly have no cover. It's just a spinning ball in space. How would your greenhouse effect on earth? What you call a house? A house with no roof? Wow, this is a dumb shit right here, people. It's nothing but garbage.
Gases in the atmosphere, such as water vapor.
You're telling the masses about atmosphere. What do you mean gases in the atmosphere? The earth atmosphere is supposed to float away space because we're spinning around on a ball in space, in the middle of space. That's where the ball's spinning. How many people you can dumb down with this dumb shit right here? If you're selling the spinning ball, you can't sell climate change.
Carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, and chlorofluorocarbons let the sun's light in. But
let the sunlight in, people. It's nothing but bullshit, people. Pay attention and see how they dumb you down. Each and every day, they make programming for the dumb masses. Watch this right here.
Some of the heat from escaping, like the glass walls of a greenhouse.
The glass walls of the greenhouse. Wow. This is a mockery right here, people. Pay attention.
More greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, the more heat gets trapped.
Why is it trapped, people? Why don't it get out? What is these lines around the ball they give you for Earth? What is these dot lines going around? What is that for? You need to wake your ass up. It's fake shit.
Strengthening the greenhouse effect and increasing the Earth's temperature.
Wow.
Human activities, like the burning of fossil fuels,
The burning of fossil fluid. People, this is chemical they're burning. You understand me? They never get no fluid from the ground. That's what you need to get. You believe they can dig up some gas? Some stick that they use make gas from under the earth? You're dumb, people. This is fake shit.
have increased the amount of CO2 in the atmosphere by more than a third since the Industrial Revolution.
And just in case you don't know, this is one of the reasons again why they tell you that you're living on a spinning ball. This is where you get all the trickery. You understand? They can't give you none of these dumb shit that they're telling you right now about they can dig in the earth and find fluid and dig in the earth, find gold and diamond, unless they give you that spinning ball. You understand? Wake your ass up.
The rapid increase in greenhouse gases in the atmosphere has warmed the planet at an alarming rate.
Wow, you see? The planet warmed up at an alarming rate, people. You believe that? Wow. Wow.
While Earth's climate has fluctuated in the past, atmospheric carbon dioxide hasn't reached today's levels in hundreds of thousands of years.
Hundreds of thousands a year, people. You believe that human being been on Earth hundreds of thousands of years? You better wake your ass up, people. This is bullshit they're giving the masses. 100%.
Climate change has consequences for our oceans, our weather, our food sources, and our...
And don't worry about the ocean, people. The ocean don't get hotter than it is. You understand? You need to wake your ass up. The ocean got a warm, better water, but it don't get eat up. You understand what I'm saying, people? They lie to you.
Climate change has consequences for our oceans, our weather, our food sources, and our health. Ice sheets, such as Greenland and...
Look what they show you, call it ice sheets. It's dumb shit, people. This ice sheet right here supposedly gonna flood the earth if it's melt. It's dumb shit, people. Don't let them fool you. This is garbage. 100% they tell you this is the bottom of the earth and it stay frozen on a spinning ball. Why is this area is the same temperature? It's dumb. And this is supposed to be Greenland right here, people. They show you all of these ice in water. Ice still in water and don't melt. It's bullshit. 100%
Antarctica are melting. The extra water that was once held in glaciers...
All of this bullshit about extra water is bullshit. 100% in.
Greenland and Antarctica are melting. The extra water that was once held in glaciers causes sea levels to rise. And
it's bullshit, people. It's 100% garbage and you don't get it. Why is this ice falling into the water? That's water right there, people. That tell you one thing. Once it's water, running liquid water, that means it's warmer than the ice right there that's sitting in it. Of course, it's gonna melt. What's wrong with you, people? This is dumb shit. This is 100% dumb.
Out of the oceans, flooding coastal regions.
It's bullshit, people. You gotta believe me. It's bullshit. You know what the sea is? The sea stay at a warm temperature like I done mentioned. You're gonna get ice in it. You understand? No way. The ocean right here stay at a temperature, a warm temperature. No lie, people. These fish right here, they can never live in cold water. Of course I'm right. 100% in. Don't let them fool you about this right here. Is the bottom of the earth. A block of ice. A whirl of ice, basically. And if it melt, we're gonna flood. You believe them? That's dumb shit, people. 100% dumb. There's no way you can have tropical water right here. It is water. It is sea water right here. It's gonna stay warm.
Spills out of the oceans, flooding coastal regions. Warmer temperatures also make weather more extreme.
It's bullshit, people. All of these weathers that they give you, the extreme weather, they make it 100% in. You know how far mankind coming from? And of course, it's them giving them all of this shit right here. Your hurricane showing you a one-eye symbol in this world. You better wake up. They make all those extreme disaster for the people.
This means not only more intense major storms,
There you go.
floods, and heavy snowfall.
They're the one who do it. Why it cost heavy snowfall? Why? If it getting hotter and hotter and hotter in the atmosphere, why it cost snow? Why? You can't tell me that it's bullshit. What a warm temperature got to do with snow? This is dumb shit right here, people. They make it snow for the dumb masses. 100%
But
in.
also longer and more frequent droughts.
And there you go. You get drought in these areas and then you get flood in the next area. Yes, all because of the earth getting warm. Is that dumb? Why they showing you these cracks in the ground at the same time that they're showing you this somewhere is getting flooded? What's wrong, people? It's dumb shit for the dumb masses. It's just gonna have effect on some places. Right here, dry, and another place flood. Dumb on.
These changes in weather pose challenges.
Get out of here. They do it.
Growing crops becomes more difficult. The areas where plants and animals can live shift, and water supplies are diminished.
It's bullshit, people. And if you check all over this America right here, it's basically almost every state got that cold weather and so-called snow. Every year, you tell me what can you grow in those areas? Nothing. You understand? They have to use all chemicals to grow anything at all they're gonna grow on that earth.
In addition to creating new agricultural challenges, climate change can directly affect people's physical health. In urban areas, the warmer atmosphere creates an environment that traps and increases the amount of smog.
It's bullshit, people. It's 100% crap. Whatever in the air that gonna damage the masses, they put it there. That's what you need to know. Nothing natural is gonna do shit to you.
This is
Nothing.
because smog contains ozone particles, which increase rapidly at higher temperatures. Exposure to higher levels of smog can cause health problems such as asthma.
I don't see no higher temperature, people. I don't see it. It's bullshit they're giving the masses.
Heart disease, and lung cancer.
Get out of here.
While the rapid rate of climate change is caused by humans, humans are also the ones who can combat it. If we
caused by the human and the human can combat it, but pay attention to what they're gonna
work
give
to
you for
replace
solution.
fossil fuels with renewable energy sources like solar and wind, which don't
solar and wind. Wow, I told you, people, they're never gonna do those things because they have to sell you that so-called fluid, the fossil fuel. That's how they do it. You understand?
reduce greenhouse gas emissions, we might still be able to prevent some of the worst effects of climate change.
It's bullshit, people. 100%. Now, let's take a look at the so-called Antarctica. Let's get in it.
If you want to spend a long time in this place, you may...
Hold on, people. Look at this place that they're showing you right here.
If you want to spend a long time in...
Believe this right here? These are all CGI, people. I'm asking you all the time, what would make this ice right here form? What would form this ice right here inside of a seawater? Wow, you never get it, people. You believe the seawater get that cold to make this big old ice standing up? The one that they're scared that gonna melt? It's dumb shit, people. All CGI they give you for your so-called Antarctica and your Greenland. Nothing but fake
this
shit.
place, you may need to consider taking
There
health
you go,
precautions.
people. Look at this right here. Yes, if you're gonna go there, you need to take health precaution. Take a look at this. You believe this is real? It's nothing but hoax they give the masses. And I told you, it's supposed to be ice. If not, there's no ice can sit in no water that's warmer than it. You understand? All day of the week, and you can see this guy right here in this piece of boat right here. There's no ice in the water. As I don't tell you already, there's no way you can get iceberg to grow in no kind of water. It's bullshit. Iceberg is a hoax. And of course, these Greenlands and these Antarctica is also a fake shit they sell the masses. Why is it CGI when it comes to those shit? It's fake.
Such as having your wisdom teeth removed or getting an appendectomy in advance. There are absolutely no reptiles or...
Look at this right here, people, and pay attention to what he go say. But look at this right here, people. This is not real. The people not gonna get it, but it's not real.
Here, and all land mammals are brought exclusively by humans. There's...
You hear that? Like I don't tell you that these penguin right here is nothing but some fake exotic animal that they made. They're the one who make them. And you can't tell me I'm wrong. That's what they do. Mix up other creature DNA to make the ones that they want to pull out on the masses. Put them in so-called museum and all for you to go see. You understand? Sea World and everything. And they just tell you that any mammals or anything you see on the Antarctica, it was man brought it there. You believe that they supposedly gonna live in this kind of condition just because man bring them there? How they gonna survive in this kind of cold? He just tell you that you can't survive there, period. No animal, nothing.
Getting an appendectomy in advance. There are absolutely no reptiles or amphibians here, and all land mammals are brought exclusively by humans. There's been no rain here for almost 2 million years.
Wow, this is how you know they're full of shit. They know there was no rain there all 2 million years. Wow, I told you people. The human being is just gonna be dumbed down forever. There's no way you can save them, people. No way. With these kind of programming out there, they're gonna slam a man like me and of course push this shit right here. But pay attention, no rain fall there. I wanna know, how did you get these big chunk of ice sitting right there? How did it happen? I don't get it. And these right here is no ice. It's just, you could see black right there. This is what they always do to trick the masses about Antarctica. They go to Alaska, take some photos or some film or some frozen mountain with the mountain peeking out to the white, and then they tell you it's Antarctica. It's nothing but bullshit. 100% trash.
At the same time, 80% of the world's freshwater reserves are stored here. Antarctica.
Freshwater reserve is stored there. And you're gonna believe in the so-called ice and Antarctica, and then you don't believe in this? You're going to take nothing from them. You understand? The ball earth is fake, and the Antarctica that they show you is 100% fake. 100%.
The coldest and probably the most mysterious continent on the planet.
Look how the ball earth is tumbling around in space, people. How you keep one area cold. How did that happen? We're supposed to be spinning around in space. And I always ask the people, what keep the water on the ball earth? It's a spinning ball, supposed to flash all the water off. They tell you it's gravity holding the water to the ball, right? But then in space, where the earth is actually spinning, got no gravity. There's no so-called gravity in space, but it's still the tumbling ball spinning around in space with gravity holding all the water to the side.
Past century, humanity has studied its surface quite well, but we all know that what's most interesting is usually hidden deep beneath. When scientists decided to look under the ice cover of Antarctica, what they
look under the ice cover, people, you believe them? It's nothing but trash.
saw there surprised not only ordinary people like me, but also the researchers themselves. So what is hidden deep beneath these huge sheets of ice? For a long time, scientists have believed that under the...
Look at this right here, people. You believe that this is real? I don't get it, people. You believe that this is real? Some ice standing. How deep is the seawater right here, people? Tell me. Why you believe this shit? Wow. I told you, man, it's common sense, but it's not common. That's why you have so much dummy on the earth, but it's only common sense it takes for you to break this down. You don't...
Expectations that researchers had in the 90s have been exceeded. As it turns out, under the ice of Antarctica, there's a whole lake, and it's also quite large, about 5,800 square miles.
All bullshit they're giving the masses. Don't never buy it, people. The whole thing is a whole...
15,000 square kilometers, which is about 1.5 times the size of the island of Cyprus. The depth of the reservoir reaches 4,000 feet, over 1,200 meters. This is only 1,450...
that they show you right here, and they want you to believe it, people. They're still gonna go CGI. Why they do this? Because it's not real.
Feet or 442 meters less than in the deepest lake on the planet, Baikal. Since this reservoir was discovered near the Russian polar station Vostok, this reservoir...
Look at this right here. They're supposed to be iced in, iced out right there. All ice. You believe it, people? What is this right here? This built out of ice. They just cut a door in there and leave it. Wow. I told you, people, there's no escape. There's gonna be a lot of dumb people when they finish with you. Take a look at this. They dare experiment with ice right there. You believe them? They're full of shit. Move on.
Even the smallest signs of life in such harsh conditions. After all, the temperature near the lake reaches minus 128.2 degrees Fahrenheit. That's minus 89 Celsius. The ice pressure exceeds the pressure of the icy...
Wow. Take a look at this right here, people. Watch this right here. You believe this is real? This is all CGI. The sky, the ice, the whole thing is CGI. Take a
The
look.
ice pressure exceeds the pressure of the icy crust of the
There you
moon.
go. This is another planet again. They're showing the masses. Wow, I told you people, all is a hoax. Take a look at this so-called planet. Is it real? It's just a CGI.
And sunlight never breaks through to the surface of the lake. In addition, the concentration of nitrogen and oxygen is 50 times higher than in ordinary freshwater lakes. Few organisms living on planet Earth can survive in such an
You hear
adverse
that? Nothing can survive there, period, but they can bring so-called mammal and animals over there. It's not real.
environment. However, scientists still managed to find life in such extreme conditions. At the same time, it was completely unlike anything we had ever seen before. Researchers have discovered a new type of bacteria, which was given the name W123-10.
There you go, people, right there. W123-10, all coding for the dumb fool. But what you have to understand, this is how they discredit the creator by these so-called founding bacteria that create life. That's the dumbest shit.
The DNA of this organism is only 86% identical to other living things on planet Earth. The reason is that the lake was isolated from the rest of the world for several million years. So the
Several million years. Wow.
bacteria found there developed separately from all living organisms on our planet. Researchers later discovered that there were traces of about 3
Look at this right here, people. You believe that this is real? Wow, is this real? Who recording this and what kind of vehicle they in? Why they recording this shit right here? Is it real? Of course not.
Researchers later discovered that there were traces of about 3,500 species of living organisms in the lake.
You hear that, people? So that's where life come from, in that so-called Antarctica, in the ice. Wow, places where nothing can survive. That's where you find life. Bacteria that gonna be so-called species. It's the dumbest shit, people. Dumb on.
Numbers disputed by someone's of life has led researchers to a very
There you go again, people. What is this they're showing you right here? Ice in the water floating? How did that happen? And this is a frozen mountain again in CGI? What is this right here? And take a look at them right there. They're in a boat. This is dumb, people. Wake your ass up.
hypothesis, since there are probably such lakes under the ice of Mars. And
Wow. It's probably that type. Same kind of lake on Mars, people. The so-called hot planet, the red planet. All fake shit they give the masses. You see that? What I don't tell you, if they never lied to you about you living on a spinning ball, they could never give you all of this shit right here. There would be no planets. You could never charge people for space exploration. A lot of museum would have to shut down. Wow, that's control a big part of the lie. That spinning ball.
satellite of Jupiter, Europa, it's quite possible that life could also exist in those places. By the way, Vostok is far from the only subglacial lake. Willens and Ellsworth are two other large
All bullshit they teach the masses. That's why I tell you, there's no escaping. Picture somebody with another critical thinker and listen to this right here. They buy it and suck it up, and then they're gonna come debunk what the mag say. That's how it is. It's brainwash. It come too faster than the truth.
in Antarctica. According to John Priscu, a professor
Watch him right here. What you think him doing right there? The cross sign to show you that he is a devil puppet.
of polar
100%.
ecology from the University of Montana, the total number of ice lakes might be as many as 400.
And of course, it's a fake shit. They show you him dressed up right there in a whole bunch of big jackets and show you a photo behind you with the fake ice, and the people buy it.
However, not all cavities under the ice of
think that's
Antarctica
real?
are filled with water. One of these places is located under the glaciers of Marie Birdland. This is the Bentley Depression, which is the deepest continental point on the planet that is not filled with
They know 100%, and they know they measure it and everything, and know how deep it is. It's not real.
water, about 8,215 feet, or 2,540 meters below sea level. Similar discoveries were made with the help of space sensors, which scan the
Space sensors, people. Wow, you believe they got some sensors from space? That means it's fake.
relief of Antarctica in both directions. As it turned out, the ice is distributed very unevenly. The ice of eastern Antarctica is slightly thicker, from 25 to 30 miles, or 40 to 48 kilometers. And in the western part of the continent, the ice thickens to between 12 and 22 miles, or 19 and 35.
All brainwash, people. That's why I tell you, stop watching these programming. They only brainwash the people. keep you in a mental slavery. And of course, that's why they lie. I'm gone.
Difference with staging between the space shuttle and the Dragon, since we didn't.
Let's play the video.
Hey folks, I'm Joe Biden. I'd like to ask you to join my campaign.
Oh, for heaven's sake, that flesh-eating virus has claimed another victim.
Well, don't let it worry you, Peggy. Sometimes you just gotta relax and enjoy life.
Especially that one about the nearsighted ostrich with the hat. That one always knocks him dead.
Beautiful for spacious skies, for amber.
That's why,
Hey,
Mary.
let's get started. Hey, you with the tiger on your head.
There's a leopard on my head.
A tiger, no problem. Same jungle. I just know that Fonzie's gonna show up.
Ring, we have Boo Boo Fox. And next to him, his partner, a local favorite, Madman Mahaki. It's Quirk. Good luck, no-nos. Whoa, Rocco's throwing flour at Fonzie, and Fonzie pulls out a hairdryer. That's not fair. Just faking it.
Well, we certainly are.
That's true. Okay, on the other side. But then if you're a flat earther, that's got followers, and they're real followers.
All those round earthers are big fans of you.
Yeah.
And that's the only pole on the other side of the South Pole from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
Hi, how are you? I hope you always healthy. Welcome to my channel. In this video, I would like to talk about the moon and flat earth. This is the truth. I will tell the truth. It's painful, but better to get hurt by the truth than comforted with a lie. Before I start it, remember to subscribe and hit the bell icon on my channel if you enjoy. And also, share this information to your family, your friends, and everyone. I can't speak, I had speech disorder. So, I am sorry to use robot voice on the video. Many people complain about this. But now, I had buy a better speech software with good voice. I also put the text on the video, so you can read them if you're not comfortable with this voice. So, here we go. The moon is upon a flat earth. Let us look at the moon upon the flat earth model before we prove this has to be the case. The moon moves around us in spiraling circles above the stationary flat earth, moving from tropic to tropic over the course of 6 months, in an almost identical trajectory to the sun. One face. All humans on Earth can only ever see one face of the moon, and it appears with the face rotated, with the degree depending on location. The moon covers the full 360 degrees of rotation. Mainstream science simplifies this fact and states the moon is right side up north of the equator, and upside down south of the equator. This isn't true, it appears rotated to different observers in different locations. If the Earth and Moon were both balls, then humans at the far north would see a different face of the moon than those in the far south, with some overlap. The only way we can all see the same face is upon a flat Earth. One can clearly see the moon moving away from the observer, to the vanishing point of a human's eye. Eyes are spherical objects that focus light on the lens at the back. The horizon has nothing to do with the shape of the world, and everything to do with distance. People are fooled into thinking the horizon is the edge of the curve. Phases. We are told the moon's phases are from sunlight via the sun's angle to the moon, but this cannot be the case. This is the mainstream model. But when it is new moon and day in the ball model, we should see a black silhouette. We don't though, we see nothing. We should see a silhouette in the ball model because the sun is so much bigger than the moon and behind it. Also we can see a nearly full moon in the day. This is not possible on the ball Earth, as during the day, the Earth is facing the sun. The Earth would be in the way of someone trying to see the moon in the daytime. Also we can sometimes see the sun and moon in the sky at the same time, for some hours in the days just before and just after the full moon. There is nothing between the sun and moon, so the moon should be 100% lit in the ball model. There is nothing obstructing the massive sun's rays, but the moon appears only 4/5 or so illuminated. If the moon was orbiting the Earth, and both were orbiting the sun, then 6 months later the moon's phases should have swapped over, and each lunar month, the phases should appear different. We are told that the sun gives the moon its light for the phases, but if this were the case, during each lunar month, the moon would be at a different angle to the sun. It would be impossible for the phases to remain the same each lunar month. But they do. Study the two images in the screen to get a full understanding of this. These two images, both present the same mainstream paradox. A. The moon does what it does with its phases each month. B. The moon goes around the sun with the Earth. One of these has to be wrong, but we are told that both are true. You can see from the two images, that the moon should have a different light reflection from the sun, at different locations around the sun, but at the same time and location of its own lunar month. It should actually act like this, but it doesn't, helping to prove the ball Earth model is a hoax. This might need some contemplation, a pen and paper, or possibly a reread. But it is indisputable. Reflection. The moon cannot be above a ball, or the reflection on the ocean wouldn't reach to the person on the shore, but it does reach an observer on the shore. If the moon were above a ball, the reflection on the ocean would behave much differently. See this picture, where we have pieced in the phantom curvature. Tides. We are told that the gravitational pull of the moon alone creates the tides, but this is also wrong. If the moon was 2,160 miles in diameter, and the Earth 8,000 miles in diameter, the Earth would be 87 times larger, and would attract the smaller mass, the moon, to it, not the other way. We are told the Earth's stronger gravity keeps the moon in orbit. So how can the moon's weaker gravity override Earth's gravity at Earth's lowest points? If the magical error-ridden force called gravity existed, all trees would look like willow trees, and all flowers would wilt in an N shape. But that is for another time. The Earth's tides vary greatly. For example, near the Isle of Wight, there are 4 tides a day. Some beaches have tides which go out far, while others not so much. The mainstream map of tides is not uniform, and would not be caused by a single body moving harmoniously across from east to west. If the moon lifted up the water, it is evident that near the land, the water would be drawn away and low instead of high tide caused. Again, the velocity and path of the moon are uniform, and it follows that if she exerted any influence on the Earth, that influence could only be a uniform influence. But the tides are not uniform. At Port Natal the rise and fall is about 6 feet, while at Beira, about 600 miles up the coast, the rise and fall is 26 feet. This effectually settles the matter that the moon has no influence on the tides. Tides are caused by the gentle and gradual rise and fall of the Earth on the bosom of the mighty deep. In inland lakes, there are no tides, which also proves that the moon cannot attract either the Earth or water to cause tides. But the fact that the basin of the lake is on the Earth which rests on the waters of the deep shows that no tides are possible, as the waters of the lakes together with the Earth rise and fall, and thus the tides at the coast are caused, while there are no tides on waters unconnected with the sea. By Thomas Winship, zetetic cosmogony. It is affirmed that the intensity of attraction increases with proximity, and vice versa. How? Then, when the waters are drawn up by the moon from their bed, and away from the Earth's attraction, which at that greater distance from the center is considerably diminished, while that of the moon is proportionately increased, is it possible that all the waters acted on should be prevented leaving the Earth and flying away to the moon? If the moon has power of attraction sufficient to lift the waters of the Earth at all, even a single inch from their deepest receptacles, where the Earth's attraction is much the greater, there is nothing in the theory of attraction of gravitation to prevent her taking to herself all the waters which come within her influence. Let the smaller body once overcome the power of the larger, and the power of the smaller becomes greater than when it first operated, because the matter acted on is nearer to it. Proximity is greater, and therefore power is greater. How then can the waters of the ocean immediately underneath the moon flow towards the shores, and so cause a flood tide? Water flows, it is said, through the law of gravity, or attraction of the Earth's center. Is it possible then for the moon, having once overcome the power of the Earth, to let go her hold upon the waters, through the influence of a power which she has conquered, and which therefore, is less than her own? The above and other difficulties which exist in connection with the explanation of the tides afforded by the Newtonian system, have led many, including Sir Isaac Newton himself, to admit that such explanation is the least satisfactory portion of the theory of gravitation. Thus we have been carried forward by the sheer force of evidence to the conclusion that the tides of the sea do not arise from the attraction of the moon, but simply from the rising and falling of the floating earth in the waters of the great deep. That calmness which is found to exist at the bottom of the great seas could not be possible if the waters were alternately raised by the moon and pulled down by the earth. By Dr. Samuel Robotham, Zetetic Astronomy, Earth Not a Globe. Even Sir Isaac Newton himself confessed that the explanation of the moon's action on the tides was the least satisfactory part of his theory of gravitation. This theory asserts that the larger object attracts the smaller, and the mass of the moon being reckoned as only 1/8 of that of the Earth, it follows that, if, by the presumed force of gravitation, the Earth revolves round the Sun, much more, for the same reason, should the moon do so likewise, instead of which that willful orb still continues to go round our world. Tides vary greatly in height, owing chiefly to the different configurations of the adjoining lands. At Chepstow it rises to 60 feet, at Portishead to 50, while at Dublin Bay it is but 1-2, and at Wexford only 5 feet. That the earth itself has a slight tremulous motion may be seen in the movement of the spirit level, even when fixed as steadily as possible, and that the sea has a fluctuation may be witnessed by the oscillation of an anchored ship in the calmest day of summer. By what means the tides are so regularly affected is at present only conjectured. Possibly it may be by atmospheric pressure on the waters of the great deep, and perhaps even the moon itself, as suggested by the late Dr. Robotham, may influence the atmosphere, increasing or diminishing its barometric pressure, and indirectly the rise and fall of the earth in the waters. By David Warlaw Scott, Terra Firma. The sun and moon together create the tides. The biggest tides are when the sun and moon are both above the horizon and one near to the other. The combination of the sun and moon locations most probably create electromagnetic currents. Tides only happen in the oceans, never in creeks, rivers or marshes. The ocean is made up of salt water, and salt is a conductor of electricity, and therefore has an EMF. Salt molecules are made of sodium ions and chlorine ions, and an ion is an atom that has an electrical charge. Here's a sea temperature map upon the flat Earth. It's also possible this has a bearing on tides too. I've noticed that when the sun is over, say, the Atlantic, then it's low tide, and when the moon is over the Atlantic it is high tide. In my research into electromagnetic energy is that the sun is very energetic to humans, animals, and even gives food to plants by chlorophyll. and the moon is the negative energy as it putrefies plants etc. So in studying I've noticed it may be affected by this dual positive and negative together, and they work in harmony with the ions in the water and electromagnetic fields. By Anonymous. When we look at tides on the flat Earth model, things make more sense. Size, distance, and speed. The moon is 32 or so miles wide, as is the sun. The moon is around 3,000 miles away. Do you really think you can see details on something 235,000 miles away, when you can't see details on a mountain 70 miles away on a clear day? I have a theory that the moon could be as near as 700 miles away, but I would need a sextant to do my own calculations, but I don't have one. One thing's for sure, it is much closer than we are told. Currently, I cannot go against the 3,000 miles away distance. The moon is very similar in distance from Earth as the sun is, but is a bit closer to Earth as the moon appears in front of the sun on a solar eclipse. The moon is anything up to a few hundred miles nearer to Earth than the sun is, but the altitude of the moon, and/or the sun too, varies. How do we know this? We can witness total solar eclipses and annular solar eclipses. The moon travels around 60 to 70 minutes a day slower than the sun in a 24-hour period. The moon's movement, forward motion, is not the forward route through the zodiac as we see it in the sky. The moon's travel is the other way as the backdrop of the zodiac spins and moves faster, as viewed from a human eye. This is also the same rule for the sun. The constellations go much faster than the moon as viewed from a human eye, so the moon appears to go through a zodiac constellation each 2.5 days or so in reverse, but this is seen in astrology as normal forward. The constellations only go slightly faster than the sun, as viewed from the human eye, so it spends a longer time in each constellation, about a month. Here are images from Stellarium, showing the movement of the moon from a baseline in southern Spain, then 48 hours later, and then another 48 hours later. The moon really is moving as Stellarium suggests, essentially ball Earth software. Its line in the sky is correct. A new moon is basically when the sun overtakes the moon, as it moves quicker. A lunar overtaken. A full moon is basically when the moon is as far away from the sun as it can be within the current lunar cycle, but the sun is slowly catching up and now moving into the same semicircle. A lunar run but can't hide. Nodes. This image is presented as a fact, with the lunar nodes around the globe Earth, the cause being due to an approximate 5% tilt of the moon's orbits. Within the flat Earth model, this is simply explained. We look up and we see the moon moving above and below the sun's apparent path, which is known as the ecliptic in ball Earth terms. In flat Earth terms, the ecliptic is just a line that shows the sun's path, nothing more. So over the course of time, twice a month, the moon crosses above and then below the sun's trajectory line. See image above where the moon is above the line. Where the moon crosses it, this is a node, in astrological terms. The moon spends half the time above this line, and half the time below this line, from a human eye on our flat Earth. The nodes are intersections. It's important you understand and remember this simple nodes explanation for the eclipse chapter much later on. We will use the term flat Earth node from now on to avoid confusion. The moon at a node is related to eclipses, and to the past and future in astrology. The south node natal placement of a person is what one brings into this incarnation. The north node natal placement is where one can evolve and learn the most, where one should be heading. NASA. Why are there no photos of the moon from one of the thousands of satellites we supposedly have in space? Or any photos from the ISS, supposedly it is manned all the time, but no photos of the moon? The Hubble telescope hasn't taken any photos of the moon, as it is apparently on high zoom mode. NASA has also made some errors with the moon. Here is the moon being supposedly filmed from the ISS. For sure this is a really poor effort at Photoshop, a white circle, maybe the license ran out and they had to use Microsoft Paint? Here is a famous NASA image on the left, the Earth from the moon. But this is wrong, the Earth is supposed to be 4 times bigger than the moon, but the Earth appears about the same size the moon does from Earth. The image on the left should have looked more like the one on the right if the ball model were true.
And that's beyond the pole on the other side of the slope from Little Mac. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
Your script, Mr. Kubrick.
Good afternoon, people. Just down on the coast here, just to show you how the geometric curve of the Earth is a load of nonsense. And it looks to us, with the haze and whatnot, that it's sitting on the horizon line.
That stuff is flat. That stuff is flat.
There is no geometric horizon because it's flat. It's flat as a pancake. Thank you very much, Nathan Oakley and QE, for all your great work. And this just proves it. It's flat, folks. Flat as a pancake.
And then I showed examples of wide-angle lenses curving horizontal. I tweeted that.
Hi, this is PJ, and
Hi, this is Jackie. Hi, this is Jackie. Is this, Corlac? That's right. I got just the thing for you. Photo op.
I'll give you this comparison. And the second question is, this phenomenon appeared for a certain amount of time and then disappeared for the rest of the day. Do you find that a consistent observation that you could make if it disappeared?
Took everything about me and put it into a computer where they created this model of my mind. Yes, using that model. Hey, 10 years.
What would happen then? We may live to find out. Again, all of this probably strikes you as wild-eyed craziness, flat earth stuff.
Lately, there's been so much talk about flat earth versus round earth, and whether which one is true or false, or why does it even matter. So today we're going to address this controversy, and this is going to be a response to my video that I'd done a week ago about planets and how they do not exist. And like I said, I will continue to do more segments on the flat earth truth and the round earth lie. But some people say flat earth, round earth, flat earth, round earth. Why does it matter? What is the big deal? Why does it matter? Which one? Does it matter at all? And today I'm going to end the controversy because it does matter.
Took everything about me and put it into a computer where they created this model of my mind. Yes, using that model. Hey, 10 years.
Because as you can see,
took everything about me and put it into a computer where they created this model of my mind. Yes, using that model. Using that model, computer, 10 years. Created this model of my mind. Yes, using that model. Hey, 10 years.
300 nautical miles. This is where you're gonna find your holy grail. You're gonna drink from the living waters and bathe yourself like you're baptized in this mythical shit. It's real. Where the aurora borealis is shooting out, every compass points to it. There's literally no way to screw it up.
know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat.
Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that.
Good, good.
What town, sir? What town? Why, that's easy. Now, there's the whole flat world as we know it.
Go!
So Paul Michael made a diss track about me. Him and Neil deGrasse Tyson think they can rap now. Okay. I'm in.
Like some of them think that the plane windows,
What's
because
going
they're
on?
curved,
Some raps now.
they make
I'm
the
up.
look like a curve.
For your mom.
Okay, they've
Tell
got
her Ursula
explanation.
and her ass is the bomb. Tell her Iraq sells crack to Iran. Tell her I'll be back with a smack for her son. Then tell her she's fat like a Renaissance cunt. Tell her she's whack like a 90s pun. Then start a slow clap when the rap's all done. Tell her all that, then tell her one more. Tell her that you were the son of a whore. When she asks Sue and tells you to snitch, tell her that her son is a son of a bitch. Anyway. It's me, Yoga Guy, Weaponized version 2.3. Here to bring truth to the unwashed masses. Force you to put on your they live glasses. But you see, was I right? The earth's fucking flat, Holocaust denied. Hitler was full of your mind. Masons a tool singing Shalom Lahaim. Jesuits too, they're the Vatican kind. The presidents come from a royal bloodline. While the Jews choose which fool's ass is assigned. The government's leading in mafia crime. The word broken down means control. when they do that, take the hint as a sign that Dubé was right all along the whole time. Once you go flat, there's no going back. The plan of attack is stick to the facts. The whole thing will fall when we give up the ball and prove that the earth isn't moving at all. So it's time to commit, put it into the shit, draw lines in the sand, take sides with the fan with the minds that they can show lies when the man realizes the plan is to take all they can. Educate yourself first and take a stand so you can demand the truth and command the proof in your hands when nukes on the damn L's. You can remain calm and say you're all wrong. It's a fact that Earth is flat, bitch. NASA stole trillions and gave you CGI pics. And if it drops 20 miles up, still in the same spot. Flat Earth is not as dumb as you thought. I can prove you're not moving, whether you like it or not. See that light called the North Star in the middle of the sky like a bullseye. It's gonna be there the rest of your life. It ain't moving, and neither are you. And the rest of the Earth, that would be incongruent with the fact that you'd have to be assuming that North Star just happens to be zooming perfectly with you and me for eternity. That's stupid. Once you go flat, there's no going back. The plan of attack is stick to the facts. The whole thing will fall when we give up the ball and prove that the Earth isn't moving at all. So it's time to commit, put an end to the shit, draw lines in the sand, take sides with the fam of the minds that began, show lies when the man realized that the plan is to take all they can. Educate yourself first, then take a stand so you can demand the truth and command the proof in your hands when nukes on the damn L's. You can remain calm and say you're all wrong. It's a fact that Earth is flat, bitch. NASA stole trillions and gave you CGI pics. You know.
A Mason?
I read that one of the tenets of the Freemason.
Yeah.
A Mason? A Mason? A Mason?
I see trees of green. I see them blue for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue, clouds of white, bright blessed days, dark sacred nights. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the skies, also on the faces of people going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do?
What did you make of the Kyrie stuff?
I don't. It's true.
What?
The Earth is flat.
Shaq, what are you talking about?
The Earth is flat.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No,
listen.
It's not.
There's 3 ways to manipulate the mind: what you read, what you see, and what you hear.
Okay. Conspiracies.
In school, first thing they teach us is, oh, Columbus discovered America. But when he got there, it was some fair-skinned people with the long hair smoking out of peace pipes. So what does that tell you? Columbus didn't discover America.
He found where some other people already lived.
I drive from coast to coast, and this it's flat to me. I'm just saying.
Okay, that's the dumbest thing you've ever said.
I drive from Florida.
It's the dumbest thing you've ever said.
I drive from Florida to California all the time, and it's flat to me.
92 podcasts, and that's the dumbest thing you've ever said. That's a high bar to get over.
I do not go up and down in a 360-degree angle and all that stuff about gravity. Have you looked outside of Atlanta lately and seen all these buildings? So you mean to tell me that China is under us? China's under us.
If you
Doing
keep
the same
they
thing.
are under
It's
us. That's what they
not.
tell you when you're a kid.
The world is
If
flat.
you dug straight through your backyard,
The
you could
world
get
is
to
flat.
China.
No, you can't. The
The world
is
is not
Yes,
flat.
it is.
We've seen the Earth.
No, we haven't seen anything.
Yes, you have. You've
No,
seen
I
it from
haven't.
satellite imagery.
Oh, satellite imagery that could be drawn and made
Okay,
up.
so here's the audio of the reporter asking Kyrie that exact same
Yes.
question.
You've seen pictures of the planet, though, right? Like it's a circle. So
I've seen a lot of things that that my educational system has said that was real and turned out to be completely fake. I mean, I don't mind. I don't mind going against the grain in terms of my thoughts.
Exactly. Well, I'm with him because we're from Jersey, and that's how we think. We think outside the box.
Tells you about the educational system in Jersey.
I'm just saying.
I think it's more of an indictment on that.
I'm just saying, when I drive from Florida to New York, flat. New York to Seattle,
It's
flat.
not flat.
Seattle down to L.A., flat. L.A. back to
not
Florida,
flat.
flat. It's a,
Okay,
matter of
here's-
fact, it's a square. That's what
Okay, I
it is.
can't. The Earth.
The dome has put an end to life as we know it. The town is running low on supplies of everything from gasoline to Botox. Day 37 under the dome. We are facing intermittent power failures, which...
Yeah, okay. Okay.
My name is Russ Cargill, and I'm head of the EPA.
The what?
Environmental Protection Agency.
Come again?
Look, I'm a man on a big TV. Just listen.
What are you telling us we're trapped like rats?
No, rats can't be trapped this easily. You're trapped like carrots.
Yellow.
Homer, you gotta get over here.
Leave this great country alone! No, Jared, it's okay. I'll brush my own teeth today. If you ask me, everybody in this theater is a giant sucker. Especially you!
I think the question...
For Bill Harwood, CBS.
老铁们，你们总说我拍段子不够拼，我今天就拼一次给你们看。有人，你怎么搞的你？哎，拍错了，拍错了。
Where is the curvature? Where? Where is the curvature? Where? Where is the curvature? Where? Where is the curvature?
No shadow at all. That's perfectly easy to understand, provided the Earth is flat. If the shadow it's... That also makes sense on a flat Earth. But how could it be? Eratosthenes asked.
Where is the curvature? Where?
We do not embrace the public school system troll.
Alexander. The only answer was that the surface of the Earth is on a flat Earth. But how could it be? Eratosthenes asked.
Public school system in control.
I'm an elk, a mason.
What did you make of the Kyrie stuff?
I don't. It's true.
What?
The Earth is flat.
Shaq, what are you talking about?
The Earth is flat.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's
yes,
not.
It is.
No,
listen,
it's not.
There's 3 ways to manipulate the mind: what you read, what you see, and what you hear.
A conspiracy.
In school, first.
Public school system in control.
Indictment on that.
I'm just saying, when I drive from Florida to New York, flat. New York to Seattle,
it's flat. Not flat.
Seattle down to LA, flat. LA back to Florida, flat. It's a,
okay, here's...
it's a square. That's what it is.
We're free and equal, or so they tell us.
Alexandria. The only answer was that the surface of the Earth is flat.
Where is the curvature? Where? Where is the curvature? Where? Where is the curvature? Where? Where is the curvature?
Flat.
On the flat Earth.
It's flat. It's flat.
Where is the curvature?
Flat.
Where is the curvature?
Flat.
Where is the curvature? 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 Where is the flat Earth? Where? On the flat Earth. Where is the curvature? Where? Where is the curvature? Where? Where is the curvature? On the flat Earth.
That's how it goes. Disorder out of order, order out of disorder. It all gets a bit chaotic sometimes, doesn't it?
Fuck the Beatles! This is what weaponize the real undeath! You're trying to destruction of the human mind! Please improve today! What more do I need to say?
This is all part of social engineering. Using these people to manipulate an audience through their music, to get an audience to worship them so that they can then influence the audience through social movements.
And then I realized the theory really kind of goes to hell in a handbasket, because the guy on the right, who's supposed to be an observer and a thinker, looks an awful lot like Rob Porter, and we all know he is neither one of those. So pseudoscience is taking a lot of forms. The other one I love is the Flat Earth Society, but of course we all know that if the Earth was flat, cats would have pushed everything off of it by now.
Science preachers, change your mind, use your brain and your eyes, and decide for yourselves. So I did want to tell NASA and SpaceX and ESA that it's time to give us our $1 trillion back. And I think Alex Jones sums it up best, my feelings about NASA.
I mean, it's just like scum, Nazi filth, trash, garbage, maggots.
So first things first is I get a lot of questions about GPS. What about GPS? How does GPS work if we're not on a globe? And I need to explain to them that GPS means Global Positioning System. It does not mean reality positioning system. It means your global positioning system. Where are you if you were on a globe? So that's how it works. If it were a reality positioning system, it would say flat. You're on the flat Earth. So second thing is, again, I always want to bring this up because I think it's one of the best evidences for you to think about. Water will always find its flatness. It is always flat. It can't be curved. It can't have a hump in it. Scientists and these science preachers will tell you that it can because of gravity. But all you need to think about is that from California to Hawaii is almost 2,500 miles. And if you believe in that, which I do, then you must believe that there is a 770-mile high hump of water if you believe in the globe. And if you believe in that, then you believe in make-believe and pretend. And I think you should start believing in reality. Joseph Jastrow, in 1935, said, "Create a belief in the theory, and the facts will create themselves." So if you think about that, you can start to see the deception that they're playing on us. Take a look at gravity, and just think to yourself that all it is a construction of mathematical equations that don't jive with reality. And there's a lot of these equations. They're all over the place, and they don't make any sense. Another example of no sense-making science is relativity. And tell me how smart you have to be to get this one. The theory of relativity says in its equation form that r to the little pw minus half of r to the g pw plus lambda times g to the pw equals, of course, 8 times pi to the g n to the t pw. That makes sense, doesn't it?
Right. Who is this really? What's going on? How come you want me to do all these weird things?
The person who wants you to do all these weird things is people like Neil Tyson deGrasse, who's quoted here as saying, "The good thing about science is that it's true whether or not you believe in it." So that's fantastic advice, Neil. Thanks very much. I don't believe in it, so if you want to say it's true, that's up to you. Basically, guys, they have every base covered. They have done the work they need to do to make sure that all their math works, and the only tool we have to combat them is our brain and our eyes. So I suggest you try it out. Next, we've got 1984. If you have never read it, if you were like me, which was supposed to read it in high school, and I think I probably got an A on whatever test I was supposed to take, but I never actually read the book until just this week. And if you read it, I think you'll be very, very shocked at some of the info that you'll get out of it. The book was written by George Orwell. It was written in the late 40s. He died about a year or two after he wrote it, and you'll probably see why here in a second. I took about 8 or 10 different parts of the book to read to you right now, just so you can get an idea of why it's important for you to read it. Don't watch the movies. The movies are different. They take out the parts that I'm going to tell you about. The slogan of the Big Brother, or the political party, the party in the book, is "War is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength." So here's some quotes from the book. "It isn't very important about the top hats," said Winston patiently. "The point is, these capitalists, they and a few lawyers and priests and so forth who lived on them, were the lords of the earth. Everything existed for their benefit. You, the ordinary people, the workers, were their slaves. They could do what they liked with you. They could ship you off to Canada like cattle. They could sleep with your daughters if they chose. The heresy of heresies was common sense, and what was terrifying was not that they would kill you for thinking otherwise, but that they might be right. For, after all, how do we know that 2 plus 2 make 4, or that the force of gravity works, or that the past is unchangeable? If both the past and the external world exist only in the mind, and if the mind itself is controllable, what then? By making him suffer, obedience is not enough. Unless he is suffering, how can you be sure that he is obeying your will and not his own? Power is in inflicting pain and humiliation. Power is in tearing human minds to pieces and putting them together again in new shapes of your own choosing. Do you begin to see, then, what kind of world we are creating? It is the exact opposite of the stupid hedonistic utopias that the old reformers imagined. A world of fear and treachery and torment, a world of trampling and being trampled upon, a world which will not grow less but more merciless as it refines itself. Progress in our world will be progress towards more pain. Alone, free, the human being is always defeated. It must be so, because every human being is doomed to die, which is the greatest of all failures. But if he can make complete, utter submission, if he can escape from his identity, if he can merge himself into the party, so that he is the party, then he is all-powerful and immortal. The second thing for you to realize is that power is power over human beings, over the body, but above all over the mind. Power over matter, external reality, as you would call it, is not important. Already our control over matter is absolute. The next few portions are in the book a conversation, so I'll try and change my voice a little bit so you can follow along, but very interesting and telling information here. But how can you control matter? He burst out. You don't even control the climate or the law of gravity, and there is disease, pain, and death. O'Brien silenced him with a movement of his hand. We control matter because we control the mind. Reality is inside the skull. You will learn by degrees, Winston. There is nothing that we could not do. Invisibility, levitation, anything. I could float off this floor like a soap bubble if I wished to. I do not wish to because the party does not wish to. You must get rid of those 19th century ideas about the laws of nature. We make the laws of nature. But you do not. You're not even masters of this planet. What about Eurasia and East Asia? You have not conquered them yet. Unimportant. We shall conquer them when it suits us, and if we did not, what difference would it make? We can shut them out by existence. Oceania is the world. But the world itself is only a speck of dust, and man is tiny, helpless. How long has he been in existence? For millions of years, the earth was uninhabited. Nonsense! The earth is as old as we are, no older. How could it be any older? Nothing exists except through human consciousness. But the rocks are full of bones of extinct animals, mammoths and mastodons and enormous reptiles which lived here long before man was ever even heard of. Have you seen those bones, Winston? Of course not. 19th century biologists invented them. Before man there was nothing. After man, if he could come to an end, there would be nothing. Outside of man's existence, there is nothing. But the whole universe is outside of us. Look at the stars. Some of them are 1,000,000 light years away. They are out of reach forever. What are the stars? Said O'Brien indifferently. They are bits of fire a few kilometers away. We could reach them if we wanted to, or we could blot them out. The earth is the center of the universe. The sun and the stars go around it. For certain purposes, of course, that is not true. When we navigate the ocean or when we predict an eclipse, we often find it convenient to assume that the earth goes round the sun and that the stars are millions upon millions of kilometers away. But what of it? Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant, according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten doublethink? The old civilizations claim that they were founded on love or justice. Ours is founded upon hatred. In our world there will be no emotions except fear, rage, triumph, and self-abasement. Everything else we shall destroy. Everything. Already we are breaking down the habits of thought, which have survived from before the revolution. We have cut the links between child and parent, and between man, and between man and woman. No one dares trust a wife or a child or a friend any longer. But in the future, there will be no wives and no friends. Children will be taken from their mothers at birth, as one takes eggs from a hen. The earthly paradise had been discredited at exactly the moment when it became realizable. Every new political theory, by whatever name it's called itself, led back to the hierarchy and regimentation, and in the general hardening of outlook that set in round about 1930, practices which had been long abandoned, in some cases for hundreds of years, imprisonment without trial, the use of war prisoners as slaves, public executions, torture to extract confessions, the use of hostages, and the deportation of whole populations, not only become common again, but were tolerated and even defended by people who considered themselves enlightened and progressive. And remember that this is forever. The face will always be there, to be stamped on. The heretic, the enemy of society, will always be there, so that he can be defeated and humiliated over and over again. Everything that you have undergone since you have been in our hands, all of this will continue, and worse. The espionage, the betrayals, the arrests, the tortures, the executions, the disappearances will never cease. It will be a world of terror as much as a world of triumph. The more the party is powerful, the less it will be tolerant. The weaker the opposition, the tighter the despotism. Those are very few of the amazing quotes in this book. I recommend you read it today, tomorrow, this week. You can go online and just search for it. It is in the public domain, so Project Gutenberg and other places like that. You can get the free ebook. Check it out. I think that George Orwell knew a lot, knew more than a lot of people at that time, and he paid for it with his life. He only lived to be 47 years old. He also wrote Animal Farm, which is another great book. If you have never read that, I recommend it. Basically, the book teaches us that exactly what's going on now, exactly what the government's doing, exactly what the Masons are doing. They have taken us over from the inside, meaning they have gotten in our heads. They have taught us all in schools exactly the world that they want us to live in, a world with a million planets and a million stars, and we were created from stardust, and we will all live and die, and our existence is unimportant. And if you're following along with my channel and others like it, you'll realize now that that is the biggest lie in the history of the world.
You know the worst thing in this world is to know too much.
On the square.
A Mason?
From one traveling man to another.
They end up on the internet. People blackmailed, lives broken for money and power.
A Mason?
Traditional raccoon salute.
Like Star Trekkers, huh? Pretty incredible, yeah. And it just goes on and on. It doesn't seem to stop. We're on the air now.
That stuff is flat.
Somebody that can edit that for you.
Something's going on here that we are not being told about. What's dementia, diabetes, respiratory disease? What's you know, obviously had what's
fascinating stuff.
What's
A Mason?
The first thing you go get from the people, from the masses, when you talk to them about what's going on in this world, they're basically gonna tell you that they're just one person and there's nothing they can do. Basically, they're telling you that they can't have an effect on what's going on. But take a look at the mag. Just a regular man pick up a phone and get at the establishment, and you see what they did? You can't tell me I don't hurt them. You can't tell me that. You believe that they're running around? I just come up with a channel called The Bitter Truth, and they got running for the hills on media. All of them running for the hills. Got the government people and everybody shook. How could they pay one man so much attention? The BAM? I told you already, I'm hurting the establishment because I spit nothing but the truth. Bam on. As you could see them right here, people, so-called launching.
Dragon SpaceX, you are go to begin the media event.
Take a look. Look at this right here. Somebody in a mask and the purple ear. Pay attention. And take a look at these two punks that they use on the masses. Tell you they're in a giant iPhone right here. The mass is just dumb. Watch them right here go into space. Pay attention. Look at it. With the damn pyramid on the shirt right there, show you they're doing nothing but devil work. Pay attention to them right here. Pump faking the dumb people.
Well, everyone, welcome aboard Dragon. My name is
You hear what they call it? Welcome aboard Dragon. Dragon is 23 numerology. And you already know, people, Dragon is basically the devil work. 100%. Every single spaceship or rocket, you hear the name they call them? All devil coded.
Next to me is Bob. You probably know him. We're so glad to be with you this evening and welcome you on board Dragon. Got a couple things we want to talk about first before we kind of show you around. The first is kind of a tradition we've had over the years with spacecraft going way back to the Mercury era.
Mercury. But pay attention right here, people. They're supposed to be flying to space right now. What they're doing? You tell me, they're flying to space. They have no spacesuit on. Let's see what they're doing right here.
And then a tradition that's been carried on ever since with all our space vehicles, including the Soyuz.
You keep getting this little stick in the film. And I told you they're so-called live, talking to the NASA so-called ground at the space center live. Right there. Pay attention.
We're given the honor to name this capsule. I know most of you at SpaceX especially know it as Capsule 206, but
you ever wonder why they call it capsule? It's just a fucking hoax for the masses. You believe they're going anywhere? Just dumb on.
All of us thought that we could maybe do a little bit better than that. So, without further ado, we would like to welcome you aboard Capsule Endeavour.
Endeavour. I told you already, people. Every year come out them out to describe those rockets and capsule. All devil work.
We chose Endeavour for a few reasons. One, because of this incredible endeavor, NASA, SpaceX, and the United States.
Of course it's incredible. It's not possible. Space is impossible. Just a fantasy that the masses fall in love with. Flying people, flying rocks, everything floating in space. That's just a fantasy.
It's been on since the end of the shuttle program back in 2011. The other reason we named it Endeavour is a little more personal to Bob and I. We both had our first flights on Shuttle Endeavour, and it just meant so much to us to carry on that name. That's what we decided to go with. So we hope you enjoy that name, and once again, welcome on board.
Welcome on board. And of course, people, they can talk to the masses on a so-called walkie-talkie, basically. You understand? One of these radios. Everybody in their mama know that this shit work off the oxygen. You hear me? Radio frequency. Everybody know. This is one of the first technology right there. So you telling me, what is they use that to do? Who they talking to? I tell you, people just dumb, man. Let's see.
Well, good evening, everybody, and welcome aboard Endeavour, the SpaceX vehicle headed to the International Space Station. Today, we accomplished the first flight
to the International Space Center right now. So they're actually going to space. So this is the first time they're going to show you people going to space without wearing a spacesuit. There you go, because they're in a giant iPhone. I hope that's the toilet right there at the side. But it's not. It's a so-called window for them to see Earth. They sit right here for a whole day. You tell me. Dumb on.
Off the Florida coast Coast in quite some time, and Doug and I were really proud to have an opportunity to be a part of that. We're doing it in a brand new spaceship.
And if you know him you're looking at right there, is the same one you're seeing right here. Just bullshit for the damn masses. Don't believe them. They're not in no damn spaceship. Just a
spaceship that's a lot different than its namesake, Endeavour, the space shuttle, and that it has touch display screens that allow us to accomplish most of the interfacing requirements that we have. We'll have Doug pans over and points at the display in front of me.
If you notice, that's one thing you need to notice. There's no control of the so-called tablet. That means they can't turn it, they can't break it, they can't do nothing. They can't speed it up, they can't slow it down. It's just a boot that they're sitting on the screen in front of them. So what is this right here, people? Could this be real? No, it's a bullshit hoax.
You can see the forward view that we had.
You think this touch screen right here can prove that spaceship going to space? No, this is garbage.
During the maneuvers that we most recently did, you can look out the window. It looks like the centerline camera doesn't have a lot of content on it now. We're kind of pointed into space so that the windows can see the Earth below us. But we've got the capability to interface with the vehicle, and it's kind of interesting. There's a command. This little button over here is actually...
what they call it? They call it a vehicle. A vehicle with no engine. Tell me what vehicle you ever see without an engine. What vehicle you see without a steering wheel? Nothing at all. No control for the so-called vehicle. You believe that? Come on, people, this is stupid. When you look at it, you believe that these people can sit right there for over 24 hours without even moving? Get out of here. You press button when you want to pee. Get out of here.
What the commands are for our displays. One thing that does get lost is there is a extensive button panel down below as well. So over on this side, we can turn the displays on and off, as well as send some commands for some contingency situations.
Wow, they're showing you a button to turn the display on and off. Wonderful. That's groundbreaking.
On the other side, we have the ability to deploy chutes and things like that on entry.
Deployed chute and entrance. This is a joke right here, people. This is a 100% joke. And take a look at the buttons. All of them is the damn same. They're fooling the masses. No control there. 100%.
We do have some buttons, but the primary interface is these displays. So nice new modern cockpit that we've got for our compared to our namesake, the Space Shuttle Endeavour. I'm going to migrate a little bit away from our seats here, and Doug from his seat is going to continue to...
Not even seat belt, people. Not even seat belt. Pay attention right here.
Try to follow me so you can tell what can be seen from the seat that he sits in.
All of a sudden the camera start moving. Who controlling the camera, people? Let's go back. Let's see.
From the seat that he sits in.
Who holding the camera? Who's following him with the camera, people? Tell me.
From his seat, when he is inside in the vehicle, strapped in, this is what his view actually looks like. You can see a window off to the one side. We each have a window.
Where is the toilet?
That we can view out and see what's going on outside. That was exciting on ascent for us to be able to see the arm rotate away from the pad, and that's when we both, I think, knew that we were going to launch today. So that was super cool. I've got one on my side as well. The hatch that we came in is the hatch that's right behind me. It is a little bit of a tight quarters, but I'm going to try to demonstrate.
It's so tight, it got no toilet. That's what it is, people. These are the stuff you need to start looking to. Where's these people really going? Nowhere. Just TV for the dumb folks.
Some of the capability that we have.
Yes. Take a look at this right here. What kind of capability they have? They're using a walkie-talkie kind of radio. Wow, to communicate. And there you go, people. He already floating. So that means they're in space. Take a look.
Zero gravity.
Zero gravity. There you go, people. I told you, it's just a hoax for the dumb people. Nothing but TV tricks you get from NASA.
I think I was requested to do a backflip. I'm going to kind of do a side spin, which is a little bit of a permutation on that request. So hopefully you can see what it's like to actually float in zero gravity. And Doug and I are super...
Of course, and once the dumb people see that, they actually believe that space exists. It's bullshit. 100% crap. I told you, the same way you see them float in a movie or a commercial, is the same way they do it right here. Even YouTubers got channel where they floating. What do you think? It don't take no whole lot of technology for this right here. So I don't know why the people buy space.
Excited that we got the opportunity to do this again today, even before the end of May. So that was super cool. we did. It turns out, end up with one stowaway on board our vehicle when we launched today.
Wow.
It was not.
There you go, people. A dinosaur. I told you it's a mockery. Just like astronauts and the space, the dinosaur don't exist. You understand me? Nothing but trickery for the dumb people. Just like they have a museum for the dinosaur, they also have one for the space bullshit. All fakery.
Just Doug and I, who accomplished the launch here. We do have an Apatosaurus aboard. We both have two
Look at
boys.
this shit right here, people. Pay attention to this light thing right here. It barely can float, but every man with at least 150 and more can spin around in the air. Pay attention.
Who are super interested in dinosaurs. And we collected up all the dinosaurs between the two houses.
Look where the dinosaur going, people. Look where it's going. It's going right to the ground. Pay attention.
Trimmer, the Apatosaurus,
he pulling it back up.
this as well.
Wow, nothing but mockery for the dumb people with your NASA. Bam.
Dragon SpaceX docking sequence is complete.
You see that? They're docking now, people, and pay attention. No spacesuit. You gotta be kidding me, people. Why they leave Earth without the spacesuit and now they got it on in the giant iPhone? Yes, press buttons to make it look real.
X-Dragon, we copy docking complete.
They're docking.
To say that it's been
Pay attention, people. Now they're in the suit. Cameras all over taking them. I told you, how did they use the bathroom? How did they use it, people? This is dumb shit. It take them a whole day to get there.
Real honor to be just a small part of this 9-year endeavor since the last
9-year endeavor. Called in.
time the United States spaceship has docked with the International Space Station. We have to congratulate the men and women of SpaceX.
There go your so-called dinosaur floating around right there to show you that it is a hoax. That's the only reason why they bring it. They know that it is a hoax to show the people with brain. Dinosaurs don't exist, neither do space.
At Hawthorne, McGregor, and at Kennedy Space Center. Their incredible efforts over the last several years to make this possible cannot go overstated. I'd also like to thank Kathy Leaders and her team of the Commercial Crew Program of NASA. An outstanding job by everyone.
I always tell the people that NASA and SpaceX is the same. They are all the same. 100% government operation there to trick the dumb people.
I'd like to thank the men and women of the National Aeronautics and Space Agency. This is an incredible time to be at NASA. 3 new vehicles to be flown.
Wow.
Continuing mission in low Earth orbit.
Wow, incredible time to be at NASA. Yes, they're flying all kind of spaceships now. It's bullshit, people. It's time for you to wake up. Space don't exist. And imagine, they've been collecting money from the people for space exploration. That's the reason why they gotta keep their hands in your pocket, lying to the masses about
and
space.
To the moon and Mars. We thank you again and congratulate you.
Nothing but bullshit. Look at them people.
Dragon arriving. Crew of Expedition 63 is honored to welcome Dragon and the Commercial Crew Program to welcome aboard the International Space Station. Bob and Doug.
They're there now, people. Pay attention. This is the dumbest thing in the world, man. That's why I tell you, only dummy can relate to this fuckery. Only dummies. You gotta have no brain, the way you can't think at all. Because if you think for 1 second, you know this bullshit. So that means all the people believe in space, they never use their brain.
Glad to have you as part of the crew. Well done, Bravo Zulu.
Look at this shit right here. They sit right there in place for over a day.
Thank you, Chris.
Endeavour, this is Houston.
There you go,
Bob and Doug, welcome to the International Space Station after your spectacular rendezvous and docking of the first Crew Dragon vehicle.
They're docking right now and talking live to the people on the ground. Do you believe it, people? I already told you all communication work, period. They tell you there's no oxygen, nothing in space to go all the way to space from the ground. It's garbage.
For the first time since the retirement of the space shuttle, you've completed a historic ride to the ISS and have opened up a new chapter in human space exploration.
Yes,
on behalf of the flight control teams here in Houston and in Hawthorne, California, and to our SpaceX colleagues, bravo on a magnificent moment in spaceflight history and on the start of a new journey that has changed the face of space travel in this new era of space transportation.
New era of space transportation. They tell you they're even gonna bring regular citizens if you can come up with some millions. It's bullshit, people. 100% garbage. Space don't exist. If they take you to space, you better realize virtual reality. That's all they can do, people. And remember, if you have this on your head, they can have a virtual reality right there in it, in the damn helmet.
Good luck, and we look forward to working with you on board.
Dragon SpaceX, Bob and Doug, we here at SpaceX are honored to have been part of ushering in this new era of human spaceflight. On behalf of the SpaceX and NASA partnership, congratulations.
Look at the damn dummy in the mask, sitting there by herself in the big old ugly mask on the face. Dumb on.
On a phenomenal accomplishment, and welcome to the International Space Station.
Well, thank you, Anna. We appreciate.
I'm gonna ask you again, people. Is their seat belt down? Is their band down to the seat? You're wearing a glass on the head. You're using a vehicle with no control. You wanna tell me there's no way you shake out your seat by bumping your head? This is a joke right here, people. Wake your ass up. It's garbage. Even in an airplane, you get turbulent.
Good work, and everyone thanking us, but it truly was a magnificent effort by the entire team, the SpaceX team, the NASA team, and a team across America who was able to pull this off and bring human space flight.
Yes, they pull off the fakery and the dumb masses. Look what they did. They didn't do nothing at all. All they do is sit right there and show you this. Wow, when you buy it, people. This is space. They're in space right now.
Again, to our mission. Thanks for everything. Happy to be aboard.
Hey, people. Remember, I told you already, they're in a drum. They're in a drum. They call it a capsule. Just take, for instance, that's what they're in. No shaking. No shaking. You flying from New York to California and you get a big turbulence. Me that this shit can float. No shaking at all. The plane that got wings can float. And it still shake. What is this doing? How come it don't shake? They never even shake, people. Not even a vibration you get from the camera that's sitting right there recording them. Is this dumb or what, people? Why you believe this? Wow. Look at this shit right here. Not even a shake. Not even a vibration, people. The capsule not even shake. What kind of technology is this, people? What kind of technology is this? You got nothing, no control. No control at all. Wow. Wow. And it don't even vibrate. Look at it, people. Not even a shake. Wow. Wow.
And Dragon SpaceX.
They're waving. Look at this right here, people. Who they waving to? Who is they waving and giving the thumbs up to? I told you you're dumb to believe in space. Pay attention.
And Dragon
waving. Hello.
SpaceX.
Hello. I see you. I guess they're at the Space Center now. They can see them.
Enabling hardline power and comm connection shortly. You are go to doff your suits per procedure 4.012. We will be configuring
012 for your number 3.
your video to go external shortly. And we have one request for Bob's suit doffing when you're ready to copy.
Look at this shit right here, people. This is the dumbest shit in the world. Wow, there you go. Somebody with a camera walking in front of the person that's sitting right there in the so-called NASA studio or wherever they at. What is this right here, people? It's just a show with the SpaceX on the shirt. A SpaceX cameraman here with the ugly mask on. They didn't need another camera to come in. Look at this right here. He's blocking off now with the camera.
During your approach suit leak check, we noticed Bob's suit pass with a lower PSID than his previous vehicle and ONC checks.
Wow.
We still had plenty of margin to support you in a depress.
And there you go, people. This is where they're going right there. The so-called International Space Center. They can't show you it for real because it's not real. It's just a bullshit they show on TV. This shit can float all the way around the earth 24 hours a day.
But in order to rule out potential hardware issues, when Bob is doffing, after he opens his structural zipper, check all 3 bladder zippers.
Just to fool the masses.
Any are partially closed. It is possible that if the head is backed off slightly, that the white tooth is partially visible or a small gap can be seen between the end of the zipper head and the gasket end. Please report observations.
So basically the so-called tablet, what they call it, capsule, because tablet and capsule. Why they naming off pills? But anyways, the so-called capsule gonna attach to this, and that's what they're talking about right now. Let's see what it is, people. Let's get in it. I'm not gonna lie to you. This should wake you up right here that it is a hoax.
So it looks like we do have...
Now pay attention in background. Nothing but black. Just pitch black. When you ever see the sky pitch black, people, you tell me. When you ever see the sky pitch black with no light at all, not even a speck of light, I told you it's a hoax. Where is they at right here, people? So they gone high up in the sky, and the lights that in the sky get invisible? No, the lights in the sky are supposed to be more visible. They're supposed to be closer to them lights that we see in the sky that we call stars. Now that you're closer to them, we can't see them. There you go. Why you think they take down the mag with the truth and it's for a purpose? I just don't come here and run my mouth. You tell me you're closer to the moon, you're closer to the sun, you're closer to the star, you're closer to the planets, and nothing in sight right here. That so-called capsule. Pay attention to this and you see that it is a hold.
SpaceX on Big Loop. The ground is go for approach 2. We will be enabling the resume shortly. As a reminder, ensure your visors are closed prior to Dragon's departure from the waypoint. And once Dragon is inside the crew hands-off point, retreat and...
Make sure your visors is closed to get the attach. And guess what? There you go. Bam! They switch the film on you real fast. And there you go. You can see the whole capsule that they so-called in. Pay attention right here, people. Look at it. Look at it. Let's see what they're doing. Let's hear the commentary.
Go for docking.
I don't care how dumb you is, you can see that's nothing moving. You can see. I don't care if your brain blank, you still can tell that there's nothing moving. Not care what, how dumb you are, you can tell that this is not in the sky. There's no lights in that sky. Pitch black. Wow, are you still believe it? Okay, let's go. They're still moving. Let's see what they're doing. There you go. They're moving right now. Wow. Wow. There you go, people.
So Doug on spacecraft confirming their go for docking. They're going to put down their visors. Got some instructions there about the crew hands-off point that we had talked about earlier.
They take down their visors, and there you go, people. It's actually moving. There you go. Blue screen. You get blue screen, and you get another angle again. What is recording this shit, people? Why you get the blue screen? You're watching this film. First of all, you were seeing it from the front angle. They blank the screen. Then they come with this angle. And take a look. The blue screen, the black screen, blue screen, and then you see it from another angle again. It's bullshit, people. Remember, this is space.
About 1.7 meters.
Station Houston on the Big Loop. Houston and station are now go for docking.
They keep switching the camera angle, people. This is a hoax. They're not in no space. There's no space there. It's just a hoax. This shit is not moving. It's just sitting there dead on. And they give you the black background, and that's it. And you bought the whole
monitor
thing.
for steps 3 and 4, 3 and 4 in 1.104.
You can't tell me that you're not dumb. Why did you buy this garbage?
Steps 3 and 4.
I'm waiting.
Next Dragon on the
There you
Big
go,
Loop.
people. The camera moving. Who holding the camera in space? Somebody tell me. Who holding the camera in space? Watch this. Camera.
Steps 3 and 4.
Look at this. The camera moving. Camera moving and stop right here. People, why you think this is real? Why you think this is real, people? I told you, am I on another level when it comes to this shit? Come on, people. This is not real. You're supposed to be able to see it plain as day that it's not real. What is this they give you right here, people? Is something driving? Is something flying? Is something moving? The answer is no. They just have this shit sitting right there, and you're supposed to dumb enough to believe it that it's moving. There you go, people.
Visors down.
I'm done. I'm done. They switch the film again.
Confirming their visors down. We should see the...
They switch the film again, and they come back with another angle again, people.
Final approach resume.
On? Watch this now. Wow, hold on.
Crew confirming their visors down. We should see.
Watch this, people. You're going to see that it is a hoax. Watch this now. The whole thing lit up.
Approach 2.
Copy inbound.
You see? There you go, people. Look at this right here. Look at this. It's approaching.
And we're going to be racing that sunset. The approach has resumed.
Oh,
Dragon
my
closing in. We're
goodness.
inside 20 meters.
Wow.
And yeah, that crew hands-off point should come up.
Wow, people, why you believe in control? None at all. Pay attention. Watch this.
In about 3 minutes or so, right before we get that final docking. It comes about 20 seconds prior. We're just about 2 meters away from the station still. And that's just the crew not issuing any abort commands. At that point, it would be too late. And so any aborts would be executed automatically by Dragon itself.
Look at this shit right here, people. Look at this shit right here, the Dragon.
So we're closing in at less than 1/10 of a meter per second at this point.
Watch this now, people.
See that
Watch this. Take a look, people, just to get it in your head that this is real. They show you this, and remember, there's no way you can press no gas to move in space the way they describe it. You understand? Remember, they don't have no control of this shit right here. You understand? It can't even get no so kind of throb to move. What is this spraying out at the corner right there? I already told you, people. Remember how they describe space? They say it's a big old vacuum. You can't do nothing in there. There's nothing to push on. You understand? It don't matter what you do. You can't use nothing that blowing this shit to push. It got nothing to push on. Got no oxygen or nothing. It's a big old
Section
vacuum.
Draco is just doing all these very small, 1/10 of a meter per second at this point. You can see the surface section Draco is just doing all these very small, minor attitude corrections. Really, the autonomous docking system at work, making sure that the vestibule and the soft capture system is lined up with IDA2. It's the international docking adapter.
This is incredible bullshit right here, people. Why you believe them? Take a look at this right here. And I told you, watch the background where the lights at in the sky. They're gone when they go closer. There you go, just like the moon landing. There you go again. Watch this, people. Look how close it is to this thing right here. Almost touch it. And look when there's with the angle. Where is the thing that it's going towards? This is dumb shit for the dumb masses. Look how close it's at. It's almost touch it right there. And as soon as the film change, it's way out there. Where is the thing that is attaching to it? Nowhere inside.
You can see much more clearly there the hinge mechanism for the nose cone. Those 4 black circles are the forward bulkhead Dracos, not to be used at this time. And then, of course, the pedals of the soft capture system.
Let's see what we can get right here, because they're full of shit. And if you notice, even though you get the blowing coming from the so-called capsule, it never move. It blowing, it's a minor adjustment so we can line up. But I don't see it move left, right. I don't see it moving.
On the big loop, we're
Get out of here. See? This shit blowing from the bottom, that means it's supposed to push it up. There you go. Blow it to the side, it's supposed to go to the next side. What happened?
We copy and concur, 10 meters.
Right, we're less than 10 meters away. Again, we're closing at that rate of less than 1/10 of a meter per second. We should be just about 1 minute, 45 seconds away from docking.
There's a centerline camera right in that middle, so that you can see where the forward hatch is. And right in the middle of that, there's a window, and there's a centerline camera that is aligned with the center of the vehicle and the center of the docking mechanism. So that is what the autonomous docking
Let's
system
see if we can speed up a little bit, because look, people, look, it not doing nothing.
Centerline camera.
This is bullshit right here, 100% in. And there you go. Watch them now coming out of it. Let's see
inside the hands
how they're going to get in.
off point, the chop, crew hands off point, 1 meter to go.
1 meter to go. We're closing in. Now that they're inside, looking at this now, it's moving faster. It's bullshit. Wow. Let's see when it closes. I know how they go get in. Watch this right here, people. It's bullshit. Pay attention. Yes, it's closing in.
Our core here.
And of course, they have a camera outside recording it. It's bullshit.
Then we'll get confirmation of hard capture.
Let's see, people. Let's see. There you go.
Next Dragon, we copy docking complete. To say that it's been a real honor to be just a small part of this 9-year endeavor since the last time the United States spaceship had docked with the
Let's see. Let's see when
the rendezvous and docking of the first Crew Dragon vehicle. For the first time since the retirement of the space shuttle, you've completed a historic ride to the ISS and have opened up a new chapter in human space exploration. On behalf of the flight control teams here in Houston and in Hawthorne, California, and to our SpaceX colleagues, bravo on a magnificent moment in spaceflight history, and on the start of a new journey that has changed the face of space travel in this new area.
New journey into space travel. What they got for the masses, new trickery. It's a 100% hoax to keep the masses locked up. It's what it is, mental slavery and the masses' mind. That's why they can sell you space and you're blind. You can't see that it is a hoax. Space is not real, just like astronauts, dinosaur and everything else. All fake what they give you. Catch me on the run. Gone.